Hello, y'all. How is it going? Twisting the light on there. It is Friday, and, well, for the first time in a while, that means it's time for a normal stream. The last, like, month, there hasn't been a normal Friday night viewer level stream for lots of reasons. The main one being I was in Japan for 3 weeks, and then after just coming back, I decided the schedule got a little different, and I did viewer levels on Tuesday, and then I did Metaphor on Friday, and it's only now, like, 2 weeks after I got home from Japan, that we're finally having a normal-ass stream on a normal-ass Friday. That's right, that's what tonight is. Normal stream, normal Friday. And also, you know, we're beyond the Japan stuff. You know, I did 3 very lovely streams where some of those from Japan, where I kind of four. I did one right as I landed that was like an hour long, and 3 other ones that sort of went over the trip in great detail. And for once, we're just doing a regular ass stream. I have a regular ass slate of things I want to talk about, and yeah, I don't expect the Japan trip to come up at all. Ain't that something? And pretty soon, we'll just stop mentioning it altogether. Like, it'll be entirely irrelevant, which is interesting. Like, I feel like it was very relevant while I was in Japan. It was very relevant in the couple weeks preceding that trip, and now it is just, done. The only thing it lends context to is like, oh, I have a really fucked up sleep schedule right now. I'm behind in finishing off a bunch of anime from last season, because I was, like, you know, abroad when they were finishing up, and, ooh, you know, I only just started Metaphor rather than, like, playing the demo when it came out or something, because, again, big trip that, got in the way. Before we begin, I would like to touch on some plans, for the future now. Rather than talking about the past and what's been going on, I want to talk about the plans for the third Streamiversary stream. They are decided. That big stream is on November 3rd, which is, if you don't know, just over a week away. It's on Sunday. It's gonna be a big all-day stream, and I've made a bunch of thumbnails for that stream. Similar to how I did the birthday stream, because it's gonna have 4 segments. Here they are. It's gonna start off with me doing some Mario Maker. In particular, I'm gonna finally start work on my final level of my super world, Playtime Palace, which is this level here. So that'll be like, I don't know how long, me finally getting into this and trying to build some things that are actually good, and seeing if we can find, like, the beating heart of this level, start getting some real progress in, etc., etc. That's right, this super world has somehow taken me over 3 years. Oh, well, I have been streaming for 3 years, that's right. Jeez, yes. The super world was, like, two worlds in when I started streaming. One of the first things I streamed was me making 3-1, so yeah, it has been a long time coming, this final level, and hopefully I can finish it within the year, let's say. Let's optimistically put that out into the world. Maybe, we'll see what happens, but this level is finally getting started. Let's see how it goes. Is that on a Saturday? Sunday. Second segment I've got planned is trying out Nico DeRico. I hear that Nico DeRico is like an indie DKC meets Crash Bandicoot, and I've heard it's pretty good, and I'm very curious about that because I love DKC, and you know, I'm down for an indie version of that. I really thoroughly enjoyed Kaze from a few years ago, and if this is like that, I might really dig it. And I think that's a good second segment. The third segment I got planned is DK64 Randomizer, and I'm gonna do a gimmick for that, which is based on a sub goal. I got a sub goal active right now on the Twitch side. People on YouTube, you can contribute via direct donation or by, you know, gifting subs, even if you don't have a Twitch account, or for what it's worth, Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can also just, hey, YouTube people, people who don't know, Amazon Prime gives you 1 free sub a month that you can give to anyone. Point is, if I get 10 subs in the next week before the DK64 randomizer segment, that DK64 randomizer will be, oops, all beaver bother. That is to say, every golden banana will require me to do beaver bother. And yeah, that's like, let's say we do 20 golden bananas. That's 20 times I'll have to do beaver bother in famously bad minigame. That'll be fun. That'll be fun if it's met. If not, it'll just be normal normal DK64 randomizer. Though loading zones will be randomized. That's how I like to play DK64 randomizer. And yeah, that sounds good. And the final thing I just have on my list is kind of random. I've been playing Glover on. I started Glover, replaying that on Tuesday, and during that, I was thinking about all the other obscure N64 games, and Space Station Silicon Valley popped up in my head, and I'd just like to play some of it, like, until I'm tired, or, you know, get far enough where it becomes really fucking hard. I feel like the half of the first world, the second world, and maybe like a level or two of the jungle is approachable, and a lot of the rest of the levels have like really bad difficulty curve problems for what it's worth, but it's a fun thing, N64 game where you hijack robot corpses and take over them like Mario Odyssey style kinda. And also it's made by the guys who went on to make GTA before they were famous and popular and cool. Those are the 3 segments. Making this level, Nico Dorico, DK64 randomizer, Beaver Bother bonus thing, and Space Station Silicon Valley. That'll be a big all-day stream. I'm not sure how long any of those segments will run, but, you know, Space Station Silicon Valley will get me as long as it needs to go, basically. And if I end up at the 9-hour mark, at that point, you know, it might be just a very quick Space Station, or if it's like, oh, we're like 5 hours in, actually, maybe we'll do like 3 or 4 hours of Space Station Silicon Valley. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That'll be in just over a week. I think that those plans all sound good. Yeah. Look forward to that. Oh. Let me take a drink of my water, and then we'll get started. Queue is open. Yeah, everyone's been submitting. Weird, it says it's closed on the Warp World website, but if y'all are submitting, that's fine, whatever. Clearly, y'all's levels are in there. And it's all good. It's all fine. Lovely. Viewer levels proper. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's have edit. The way that this works on a normal day, such as today, is that when your level comes up, if you are here, I will give your level the full time of day. That is to say, 12 minutes. 12 minutes and then 5 last tries, if that is not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, where I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my way of prioritizing people who are present, whilst also playing more levels, which I think is fun. That's right, it's World 3 of the Super World. It's been a while since we did viewer levels by this normal way. The last couple streams have been like, you know, from abroad, so I didn't have the energy to play 12 minutes of viewer levels of, like, each level, because it was just like, oh my god, you know, if I have to stare at the same level for 12 minutes, I would collapse, I guess was the idea. I don't know. I had been walking for like 10 miles a day during that whole trip, which is now increasingly over. Increasingly over. That's right. Increasingly over is a pretty good turn of phrase. I like that a lot. Increasingly over. Yes! Let's set that timer, let's hit this button, let's play the thing. I'll say, by the way, we have a normal allotment of cards to go through. You know, I want to talk about... I remember this level. I want to talk about animes I've been watching. I want to talk about the games I've been playing. I got some other topics as well. It'll be a normal stream. With a normal length. Probably too long, as these things tend to go. I feel like... Well, I guess we'll see, like, how many levels we get submitted and all that, and, you know, how full the queue gets. But I feel like, you know, normal streams tend to go pretty long these days. On Fridays and such especially. At one point, the average viewer level stream was like 2 to 3, 4 hours long. I feel like now it's more like 5. But, whatever. Let's just, play the levels, have a good time, and not think too heavily about, you know, when I might end and get some more sleep or whatever. I don't know. I really haven't been worrying about when to sleep too heavily this week. That's a nice little level, Lord Bowser, with the clouds and such. Very nice. I feel like I've said this before, but I'd almost wish that those clouds spawned faster. You know, maybe you didn't have to wait for them to spawn or something. Like, you could have had some of them falling, but others you could have started, like, basically in position. I wonder if there's a trick to it, like, maybe when they start, they're actually at the same like, left-right position, such that they spawn at the same time and are always super synced no matter what. I bet that's not the case. That seems like a lot of bother. That seems like a lot of bother there. Hitting the button. Hitting the button. Feel free to resubmit as you do. Moyako is up next. Moyako, go ahead and confirm as you do. It's not been that long since you submitted, so you should be good for it, I imagine. But, you know, get on in there. In the meantime, why don't I pull, like, a card or something? I dropped 2 anime from my lineup that I had tentatively thought, okay, let's see how these are. Mushroom Pup and Nina the Story Bride. In the case of the former, it just happened to be on a very busy day, and as I started, like, watching the second episode, I realized, like, man, on a day this busy, hello, Mazur, I just don't have time for something this slow and mellow. It seems okay, but I think I had like 6 other shows or something on that day, and a lot of them were bangers, and this one is and Kino Koinu is just so mild. I couldn't build the interest to watch that on a day where I also had like 6 other things to watch. Nina the Story Bride, I started watching the 2nd episode and just felt extremely bored. And as much as I like the main character, she seems cool, an orphan who is like forced to play like a replacement for a princess because she sort of looks like the princess. I don't really care for what the what the show seems to be about, which is just her doing some political some bullshit, trying to like blend in and trying to like fool all the like royals and such. It was all kind of just nothing to me. Like, I didn't really think it was that good. It just sounds good on paper. Last 4 levels dedicated to you. Okay, yeah, no problem. Uploaded courses, you got it. Those 2 shows, not a big loss. I'm still watching a lot, and you know, truth be told, I'm not sure if like I might cut a few more shows before all things are said and done. Yeah, here's a couple I haven't done yet. Here's a lot I haven't done yet. How? Oh, right, the last 4 levels, this is another person's profile who has dedicated these last 4 to you. You gonna give me another code? Okay, cool. Well, why don't I, in the meantime, do another card and say I watched the first episode of the final new anime of the season, Blue, Miburo, which, I'll say I thought was fine. Oh, I should make that bigger. I forgot to resize that a little bit. That is tiny. 1 second, let me fix that. Okay, now it's bigger. Now it's nice and big. Okay. Blue Miburo is about like a, there's the new code. Perfect. I'm gonna go punch that in while I talk about this anime. It seems to be about like do-gooders in like feudal Japan who are kind of cool and can do action stuff pretty well. And there's like a boy who is very perceptive who you know, is involved in the plot of the first episode and seems like will be like the main character or something. It seems like perfectly fine, but also it is a Saturday show, which is a very busy day, and it kind of has no hook yet. It's just very basic, very acceptable in quality, and I don't know like why you would watch this versus anything else. Saturday is a very busy day. What? Oh right, I put in the one that was not in chat. Okay, I got you. Thanks for calling that out. I read the one off screen sometimes, you understand. Anyway, my position on it is pretty much like, okay, it's just getting started. This was just an episode to introduce 3 characters. It seems like there's a bunch more in the 2nd episode that's going to be introduced as like these do-gooders go back to home base and like do some training and maybe train up the boy or whatever. And you know, young orphan Neo, as the description says, is going to like meet like half a dozen or like to a dozen more cool dudes. That could be fine. That could end up being good. I'm gonna give it like another episode or 2 to prove itself, is the long and short of it. And yeah. Let's play Moyako's Underground. Sick. That being the last of the new shows, I now have like a pretty complete... I have a lot of shows that I'm watching, and you know, I'll say it's been a pretty goddamn good season so far. I'm pretty pleased with like most shit that's on, and what's the deal here? Oh, okay. This is pretty straightforward, though can be a tiny bit precise. We gotta do those blue plats better. What is it with blue plats? I feel like I've flubbed blue plats exactly like that. Like, many, many times. I guess they're just like very... Just like almost very exactly as tight as they have to be to make the jumps makeable. Almost missed the thing there. A second delay will doom us, basically, is the situation here. But so long as we proceed with confidence and go normally, we will get through. I'll say, anyone in YouTube chat, Masler, remember that you can't submit. Currently, the queue is all people who are from the Twitch side. That's fine, but, you know, feel free to get in there. And also do know that there's two streams, both of which are submitting levels. So if you ever wonder where the other levels come from the Twitch, or from the YouTube if you're on Twitch, you'll understand. Don't get confused. You know, it's not... Oftentimes, things are not quite as slow as they look. There's actually, you know, levels coming in. Levels being submitted. And sometimes people get in a whole bunch of levels, which I encourage. I encourage that. Get in as many as you like. So long as the queue is closed, and you understand that you're gonna have to wait until, your turn is up. Fuck! Tell me there was a checkpoint in there. That was a pretty long... Yes, good. We just got a checkpoint. Okay. If we hadn't... I would start talking about, like, another anime topic. I got, like, 2 more anime cards, don't worry. Not gonna be like an hour of anime or something. Just wanna talk about it. I watch a lot of anime. I spend a lot of time watching a lot of anime. And while I am on stream, that's one of the things I like to talk about. You understand? I have a lot of thoughts. And so... Ah! The timing of that is really tough. I have a lot of thoughts and so forth about anime. Y'all been watching Dan to Dan? Oh my god. There's a lot of... I kind of think there's a low-key a lot of kick-ass shows this season. Dan to Dan. Woo! That's like... Especially with how kick-ass the OP is. It's kind of the one I'm like going back to randomly think about. But also like all the Thursday shows are like extremely good this season. And also it's Friday, so you know, those are the ones I just watched yesterday. You know, at an unreasonable hour, basically. So I am thinking about 365 Days to the Wedding. I am thinking about Negative Positive Angler. I am thinking about Trillionaire Game. I'm thinking about all those shows. Blue Box. Things of that nature. God, I think it's a pretty fantastic season, especially if you just look at Thursday. Like, there are just some killer fucking shows. What? Huh? I'm confused there. Clearly I've done something wrong. And also... Wait, what? This is... Did I destroy something here? ReZero? Ooh, yeah, ReZero. Yeah, I love ReZero. It's basically my favorite isekai. And, this season's been a whole thing, huh? Like, just not to spoil, not to. I guess it's not that much of a spoiler to say like the basics of it. Like, oh, they're in like a big water city, and like the entirety of the witch cult is there. Not just like one member, but like every single one that has not been introduced before. They have escalated things ridiculously. There, that blue plat despawned. Oh, I needed to fall down the hole. What was I? I forgot to fall down the hole. Of course. You gotta fall down the hole. What was I thinking? I forgot that these holes were good, or were good, and I love them. God damn, there's just a lot of good crap on right now, including stuff from last season, like 2.5 Dimensional Seduction. That show, also right up there, and I feel really strongly about. I think this season has like the biggest share of, great level by the way, has like the biggest shares of shows that I go like, yeah, I would like this to be in the top 10. You know, like, oh, it'd be really good if 2.5D could be top 10. Dan the Dam probably needs to be top 10. Ooh, what about Blue Box? What about this? What about that one? Blue Box is like the best romance I've seen in forever, and it also might be the best sports anime of the year. Oddly enough. Like, yeah, I could see that as a nice entry in the top 10. That's Jigsaw up there in the thumbnail, isn't it? I know Jigsaw when I see him. Thank you for the level, Moyako. Oh, there was more pixel art and more info. Sorry, I didn't look. Ah, well. Let me hit complete and get up the next one by 06I, who says ReZero is the thing. I'll say, let me, it's time to have another card, which has another topic on it, which is less topical. Specifically, it's... I thought they were not in this order. Okay, right. I realized some things about other seasonal shows that I wanted to touch on. I was totally expecting that to be about last season's anime. No, this is about this season's anime. Cool. I'll say, like, since last Tuesday, during which I did, like, before going into, like, 5 hours of Japan talk, I talked through, like, 20 shows I tried out in a rush before that stream. I've since come to realize a couple more things that I didn't at the time. For instance, things like, oh yeah, Trillionaire Game, right? I say I realized, more like I watched a video by Mother's Basement, who gave me some background about some of these shows that you don't get just watching them. Like, oh, Trillionaire Game? Trillion, I don't know what it's called. If it's $1 trillion game, Trillionaire, something like that. That anime, that manga that it's based on, was written by the Dr. Stone guy, which when I hear that, I realize, like, oh, you know, that's sort of what it reminds me of now that that connection's been made, right? That all these, like, business guys running around, it's about this, like, ridiculous business con man and a ridiculous hacker who somehow by like, ridiculous, power plays become rich from fucking nothing. And now that the connection has been made, the main guy, the con man, businessman, talker guy, he's a lot like the business guy Ryuji, the guy from Dr. Stone, where you know, he wants to own everything, and he snaps his fingers all dramatically and says dramatic things where, like, yeah, I'm the greatest man on earth. That's my motto. And also, I'm, you know, I want everything and everything. And he's just, like, absurd. And these guys are, too. right? Like in $1 trillion game, you know, there's an investor who sees the potential in them and says like, oh, I'm gonna give you $10 billion, but I want 51% of your business. And they go like, you're trying to fuck us. This is not, we're not gonna take this because 51%, that's no good. That's a trap. But, you know, I feel like if someone offers you $10 billion for a startup where you have literally done nothing and you don't know yet what the idea is, just based on your confidence alone, you take that. On Shark Tank, you'd be like, that's a killer evaluation. But like in Dr. Stone, they play with absurd. You know, they go like, you know, in Dr. Stone, the guy, you know, Senku, he always says like, that's 10 billion% likely. There's a 10 billion% chance of that. And that is sort of the vibe of everyone in that show as well. Another thing I hadn't realized last time was Uzumaki. I said it was really fucking good. First episode was, especially. It turns out, after the first episode, they, lost the guy that made it really good. They fired the, like, director guy, and in his place, hired a guy who was, like, kind of crap. This is an interesting mechanic. I think this is really neat. You can't jump, but you can get bounced. And, in so doing, get out of the water. This is the most inventive... This seems like it'll be a series of interesting ways to get out of the water. Not sure what I was supposed to do there. Maybe this guy was supposed to follow me that far, and he just didn't. Oh well. We'll do it again. So, after the first episode, and there's like 4 episodes, by the way, Uzumaki becomes like really lazily animated to the point where like there's static characters like falling into globes. Orb, yeah, I've seen Orb. It's really good. I like it a lot. I'll say, big props to Orb going in such unexpected directions. That 3rd episode, holy shit! I don't think I've ever seen an anime quite so willing to like toss out, you know, the one it went with. You know, I shouldn't say it's going extreme directions, that one. Uzumaki kind of a disappointment insofar as the 2nd episode on, but you know, that 1st episode, pretty good, and it's still kind of spooky, even if it looks like ass. Here's what we were supposed to do. That's not what we were supposed to do. That wasn't what we were supposed to do at all. What else have I learned? I figured out what was up with Mecha Ude. I was sort of confused about that because on like Annilist.com, there was like a description of that described it as like a new project for Mecha Ude, and I didn't know what that meant. And I got the context for that, which is that like, oh, Mecha Ude was a Kickstarter project. It was sort of like a up-and-coming animator was like, fund me to make a pilot so I can make my dream anime. And they got funding, and they made a pilot, and you know, clearly now it has become a full show, and that full show is really stylish and cool. I was really confused what they meant by a new series, a new project, and there you go. When I saw that, I thought like, oh, is this like a remake of something old? And the answer is, no, not at all. It's something brand new, new blood, very fresh, and, you know, a very good, almost vintage-feeling shonen. It kind of feels like an older show in a way that, you know, I bet this animator, this creator, very much inspired by things like, I'm gonna say, like, older shonen, like, I'm not sure if this is the pull, but I'm gonna say, like, the one with the drills. What the fuck? What is that show called? I love that show. It's been fucking years since I watched it. I should rewatch that show. Gurren Lagann, that's it. I should rewatch Gurren Lagann sometime. It's probably been like 5 years, at least. That was a show that I watched before I got heavy hardcore into anime, and watched like 5 times probably, and it's now been a while. That's right, I haven't seen you piggies in a while, that's true. Anything else I've realized about the new shows? They're all very good. I like them. I think that I was surprised in the second and third episodes of, like, the Do-Over Damsel, because Do-Over Damsel is, like, super OP. I don't think I realized that from, like, the first episode. But she can, like, lift a boat, and she like, is strong enough to lift a boat. Like, literally a boat and, like, throw it forever away. She's, like, Goku strong. I don't remember that being established, that even as a 10-year-old, she's, like, Goku strong. But that's kind of fun that she is. That's good. I don't quite understand why she had to die and get reincarnated as her younger self, considering that she is strong enough to lift boats. Like, it seems to me if you're strong enough to lift boats, you can not get killed by anyone. Like, you should be strong enough not to be murdered and sent back to the past by, like, normal strength people. But maybe everyone's really strong, I don't know. I forget. It's been a minute since I watched that first episode. I'll say, as far as, like, other recent anime things, I'll say something I haven't mentioned, which is that I have not watched any of Tower of God since I got back from Japan, and I was kind of, I'll be honest, kind of really bummed to realize that it's a 2-core, and that it wasn't ending after episode 12, but in fact, going on to like 24 episodes. I was so ready to give that fucking show 1 out of 5 and say, like, oh my god, this season 2 just dropped the ball in every way I can think. It just, the most crap shonen action I've ever seen, the most, like, nonsense bullshit garbage that makes no sense and is, like, not even worth following, and also is, like, poorly animated to boot. To realize that that is, like, not ending, and if I want to give my 1 out of 5, and, you know, be fair about it, I'm gonna need to, you know, go the distance. This is not gonna work. Unless, no. The director sucks too, the animation was terrible. Yeah, totally. I am so depressed that I can't just give that a 1 out of 5 in good conscience now. I have to watch, like, I have to hate watch 12 more episodes. Or are you talking about Uzumaki? You could be talking about either there, 06i. I also really hated the first episode of the new season of Spirit Chronicles, and I feel like I probably gave that show too much credit the first time. They have the same director, Tower and Uzumaki? Oh my god. That explains so much. Why people are so angry and so frustrated. Wow, okay. Yeah, no, dude cannot... Yeah, fuck. I didn't realize that was the same dude. Holy shit. Yeah, just terrible season. Did Tower of God, did he also direct season 1? Or is that like a change? I'll tell you, oftentimes when a show falls off a cliff, I kind of blame the source material in my head. But could also be adaptation. Could also be the direction. Yeah. Completely different studio. That's right, it was, with a completely different art style. And I remember it being better. Though I did hate the end of Season 1 of Tower of God. I hated the plot twist. I hated that it just came out of nowhere and felt like such bullshit. And the fact that, you know, Season 2 has to follow up on that and continue having even worse plot twists. Like, I think one of the last episodes I saw was, like, a big dumb betrayal by characters I barely met, right? Barely met them, and they're doing some anime betrayal, and I'm just like, who are these characters again? I don't even know these characters. What the fuck? What do I care? Oh my god. I guess I'll hate watch 12 more episodes at some point, but, you know, I'm going to, not until I, like, finish off all the shows from last season that were good. Or, you know, all of them, even the ones that were bad, I guess. Whatever. That, anything else about current season shows that I could talk about? Nothing comes to mind immediately. I think I might have covered everything I wanted to talk about. I mean, I could talk about some shows that I think are pretty fucking good so far. I'll say again, I think everything on Thursday has just really impressed me so far this season. Like, and there's like 8 shows. Hey Barack Obama, how's it going? Good luck in the coming, month, I guess, with, you know, your things, Barack. You got some stuff going on. I voted. I'm already good on that. I'm fixed good, Barack. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the level, also, in addition to, your service. Do you say that to presidents? I don't know. I know that's not the real Barack Obama. It'd be funny if it was, but it's not. What was I gonna say? I'll say, as far as, like, underdog of the season, I want to say I really am enjoying 365 Days to the Wedding, which is about two people at, like, a travel agency who, decide to get married to avoid getting reassigned to like, Antarctica or something, or what's the northernmost state? Alaska. One person from their travel agency is going to Alaska, and it's not gonna be one of the unmarried people, so they say, oh, let's get married, let's get hitched, and, you know, out of nowhere, and it's kind of fun, because it's clear, like, these two are gonna hit it off, and, they're eventually going to be for real in love, and that's, kind of a funny place to start that story from, you know, them starting from getting married. I guess that's not so different from, like, an arranged marriage, but it's fun and good, and the main guy, he has a cat, which is, like, his main trait, which is just, like, pretty normal, but the main girl, I love her gimmick, which is, like, oh, she's, like, a map nerd, which, you know, perfect for a travel agency, yes, but also, like, apparently what she does in her free time is, like, pore over maps, which is, like, you know, just, like, look at maps and go, like, ooh, look at that mountain. Look at this river. Look at where that train goes. Wow. Which is, like, a fun thing to be nerdy about, and also results in some pretty fucking cute scenes, like, minor spoilers, but, like, this last episode had, like, a fantastic scene where she is just thinking about the past and going, like, you know, thinking back to when she was a child, and, like, her mother was away on business, and she would just be looking at a map going, like, and sort of, like, going, like, oh, here we are in the city. Yay, here we are at the train station. Let's take, what path are we taking to the hotel over there? What roads are we taking? We can see the ocean, and, ooh, look at that, there's a cool train. And, that scene was just exceptionally cute. Oh my god. They're doing some good stuff with that, show. And I really love, like, how much personality... Oh, geez, there's a second half. What does this mean? How can there be Z? What does Z mean? Okay, I gotta not panic. I'm just gonna hold down Z, and hopefully when I get pushed... I need to get, like, bounced into that. And then if I'm holding down Z, I'll do a spin, and it'll be perfect. Huh? Well, clearly this is fucked. Okay, very, 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 very fucked, yes. How do we do this? How do we do this? There we go, that's it. "365 days to the wedding." It's like my underdog pick of the season, I guess. My underdog pick of the season. I think it's really promising, and I'm having a great time with this so far. The characters are just so good, and, you know, the premise of them trying to fall in love. Falling in love whilst trying to fake having fallen in love already is just a very fun premise, and I'm having a great time with it. That's low-key great Thursday show. Great shows. All the Thursday shows are fantastic this season. Again. I am low-key kind of glad that I'm doing 2 streams a week these days, because if I was doing a third, or doing 2 streams a week these days, if I was doing a third on Thursday, I don't know how I'd watch all those anime. Like, that would be a tough squeeze. Considering. Thank you for the level, we couldn't do it. We got pretty far, though. If not for the second segment, which really came as a goddamn surprise. Wow. Feel free to resubmit, or do whatever. I guess we should begin thinking about when the lightning round will be. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I'm gonna say 8 o'clock. We're gonna keep going. Squink, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna put next into the chat so that you can see. Current into the chat so you can see and confirm. You know what to do. Just say anything and you'll be good. And yeah, let's do another card. I finished some of last season's anime, but not all. I'll say, like, I've been pretty slammed this week. I've been pretty busy with trying to sleep at good hours, being very tired and not sleeping, playing Metaphor, and as a result, and also watching all the new anime. As a result, I just have not found time to catch up and finish off like 25 shows that I hadn't done before. But I did finish like 5 of them, and let me just run through them really fast. Oshinoko, finished that one off first. Really fast-tracked that one, considering like how fucking good it is. That is a show that should be in the top 10 for the year. Like, for sure, for sure, for sure. My god, what an amazing season. What a killer season. Things are escalating. The 2 arcs in it were both amazing in their own ways. And the last episode in particular really does put a bunch in motion that has just got me really excited for whenever it comes back for a third. And I guess, based on like how much material they have left, a 4th. And then that's it. Maybe 4th and a movie season. Oshinoko fucking rules. Great psychological thriller. Oh wow, I just realized that plot description of season 2 really does just lay out what the revenge story is for. Oh, that's don't read that if you haven't seen the first episode of Oshinoko, because if you don't know going into the first episode of Oshinoko, you will have probably the most amazing time in the world. The first episode of the first season, the prologue. one of the best episodes of anime in a long time. And this is one of the best seasons of anime in a long time as well. Well, maybe not a long time, there's a lot of fucking fantastic, fine-ass animes going on, but it's fucking S tier, it's fucking top-notch, I loved it. Yeah. Squink, do say something. I just got a few, more. Dahlia in Bloom, I would describe this as moderately, let's say moderately, not slightly, or let's say moderately less whimsical than it appears to be. So it's sort of like a show about a cute girl who becomes like a magical engineer, which sounds nice on paper, but it just kind of gets lost in the weeds and lost in like some real mundane, inane plots and bullshit, right? Like the first plot basically involves the main character becoming very divorced, which is really weird for like a whimsical coming of age story, like a story of just divorce, basically becoming a divorced lady, company owner, I don't know. And like as far as the inventions that she invents, the one given the most screen time is like toe socks. Triangle shadows? I didn't realize that, but the show, her biggest invention in the show is like anti-fungus toe socks for soldiers. And as I'm watching this, I'm just going like, I don't know. I just don't think toe socks are that whimsical, right? Like, I don't think that anti-fungus toe socks are like quite the whimsy I was looking for. It's not bad, but it does have some whimsy and the characters are pretty good, but like it just gets bogged down by these fucking mundane bureaucracy-laden plots about like trying to get approval for like toe sock manufacturing. I don't know. Elf. This is I tried to go in like linear order as far as finishing these. Other than Oshi no Ko, I went in like the ones that finished first, and that means that plus-sized Elf was the next one. This is a show where it's a pretty straightforward short anime where like every episode there is an overweight fantasy character from a fantasy world. She is like overweight for some reason because the temptations of modern Japan, and the main character is like a exercise weight nutritional expert, and he sort of gives them some weight loss advice. And also there's inevitably some sort of wardrobe malfunction, and you see their titties, and it's uncensored. So that's cool. It's very watchable. I don't know. Every episode is really low commitment. You just watch and it's like, okay, these girls are kind of all right. They're likable enough. And, you get to see their titties. That's a whole thing. And, they're like, they take it in good stride. They're kind of like nonplussed by the whole thing. They're not from here. They don't understand our, well, I don't know. I'm not from Japan. Don't worry about it, Barack. There's a lot of people on the Twitch side. Baby. Don't worry about it. It's alright, I liked it. 4 out of 5. It's good. I find it very watchable. Finally, the last one I managed to finish was, the cheerleading anime, Nari Nari Cheer For You, which is very nice and very cute, but every attempt at plot sort of failed for me. It's a show about, like, girls that are trying to become, like, social media cheerleader types. They're trying to like have a YouTube channel and go viral on like cheerleader stuff, and I'll say I do find them very cute and likable, and their goofy antics trying to make like content is fun. The only problem is when it tries to do drama or tries to like or like the plot stops making sense, or like, oh, here's some American English-speaking characters, and like you have to ignore the fact that they can't speak. They're like phonetically speaking English. It's bad they didn't get native English speakers to have a look at it. And you go like, okay, well now I have to like close my ears for a bit and ignore things. I think it has like suspension of disbelief issues, but the girls are very cute, and so long as it's like, when it's just light and fluffy goodness, it's good. It's pretty good, but every attempt at plot kind of fails along the way, so 4 out of 5 is where it lands. I don't see Squink in particular right now, so let's put Squink into sudden death. Oh, there's Squink. There you are, Squink. Perfect. See, it's good to wait. It's good to wait and buy time for people to say a thing. Where's my timer? Is the timer in a different place today? What's going on with that? It's not like misplaced or something, right? Oh no, there it is, there it is. It just took an oddly long amount of time to show up. Okay, cool, cool. That's anime talk. That's all the anime talk tonight. At least all the anime talk I had planned. You know, maybe we could talk about something else. Like, hey, you want to talk about... What's something I forgot to talk about as far as anime goes? I feel like we touched on most extremely good shows. Thank you for bringing up Orb. Orb is a great show. Really thoroughly enjoying Orb. Didn't talk about Ranma. Ranma 1/2. That show, it seems phenomenally good as well. I'll say, having never seen the original Ranma, I am just kind of in love with the first 4 episodes of Ranma 1/2. Old style feel, even notwithstanding, like, no, it's just a really good concept and really very fun, and I heard it becomes a harem eventually? I heard, like, there's gonna be a bunch of other, like, romantic interests that come in. Like, like I said, I watched, like, Mother's Basement video about this season of anime, and he mentioned of the original show, there was, like, a whole bunch of, different romantic interests that, ooh, this is a song. I know the song. I mean, obviously it's a song. I knew it was a song, but I recognized it. Stone Tower, was it? Yeah, Stone Tower Temple. Goddamn good song. That show's phenomenal. I'm loving Ranma 1/2. I really can't wait. That's the show I feel like... God, there's so many great shows this season that I spend, like, the entire week looking forward to a new one. Which is just really lovely that every couple days I can be like, oh, it's time for Ranma. Oh, crap, Dan to Dan. Oh, 2.5D, seduction. Whatever the fuck else is on. I'll say, you know what, another shout out. Shout out to, Villainous, what is it called, Orbis 25? Oh, yeah, it's gonna be 25, that's right, really long season. I don't know where it's gonna go. Orb is a fictionalized accounting of, like, heliocentrism. Like, discovering that the sun goes around the Earth in, like, medieval times. It's cool. It's really, really dramatic and fun. I want to shout out the Villainous Goes Down in History. I'll become a Villainous who goes down in history because I think it is just incredibly good villainous isekai. And, I think the thing that makes it stand out most is that, like all, like, reincarnated as a villainess from an otome game, shows, the main character, like, realizes she's in a game and recognizes that she is the villainess of that game, but unlike most who are like, oh no,
I gotta be nice because I know how this ends. I get killed at the end. I get killed at the end. I gotta be nice to the main character and not be a huge, asshole. She's like, the main character of Villainous Goes Down in History is like, oh my god, I'm the villainess. I'm so happy. I'm gonna be such a bitch to the main character. I'm gonna like chew her out. I'm gonna bully her. Oh my god, this is gonna be great. And she makes every decision with regard to like, what is the bitchiest thing I can do right now? Which is just hilarious. And she tells everyone that she meets like, I'm gonna be the best villainess ever. And everyone else is just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why can't you be nice and normal? You seem really cool and strong. But, ooh, howdy. That is just, really fun by contrast. And, I would highly recommend it. And also, I'll say, Mother's Basement. That Mother's Basement video I watched, that was like the one snub that I noticed in it. Dude pretty much touched on every other killer anime that I've found myself, but Villainous Goes Down in History. That's the only one that didn't make his list, and it really should. It's fantastic. I'll say there's shows that he was into that I'm not into, that I already dropped, but that doesn't matter. Hey, never gonna be a perfect match. My list versus someone else's versus yours versus YouTuber X. You want to bring up like another anime? I would love to. I'm sure there's probably like one or two that I just haven't mentioned, just by coincidence. If we want to be comprehensive, we don't have to be comprehensive. I'll say, by the way, of the seasonal anime, I want to finish it by next Friday. I want to come into next Friday's stream having seen every new show. We'll see what happens. Maybe the weekend I'll finish those off. Or maybe I'll do like another 10 hours of, maybe I'll do another 10 hours of Metaphor or something. I don't know. That sounds like something I would do. I have been playing a ton of Metaphor. Look forward to that discussion in a minute. Got a lot of games to talk about, I'll say. Things are kind of heating up in games as well as anime. It's video game season. What else is cool? Let me see. Let me look through my list. Hang on. Did I mention negative positive angler? I did, yes. Don Machi. That had a really cool reveal yesterday. Do Over Damsel, mentioned that. Acro Trip is pretty good. I think Acro Trip is very fun. Yakuza Fiance has been pretty good. Grieving Soul has been alright. Sumo Show? Oh, that show's pretty good. Shangri-La Frontier? Oh yeah, that's Sunday's kick-ass show right there. That's the one that I look forward to on Sundays. Magic Lumiere is pretty good. Yeah, I think that's most of them. That's enough of them. We don't need to go into further detail. Okay, I could mention Demon Lord 2099 and how it is not just going to be a fish out of water. The reveal last week in Demon Lord 2099 at the end, I don't want to give it away, but that final moment got me so good. As just like an amazing reveal for like what the anime is going to be going forward, because holy shit, perfectly set up, brilliant reveal. And yeah, if you're trying to make your like Demon Lord transported to the future fish out of water story even more fun, like, yeah, give him that job, which, yeah, I guess a Demon Lord could do. What am I doing? That's very funny. That's very funny. This is, I think, one of the best seasons in a while. I think there's just good stuff most days. and like a couple days, like Thursday and maybe Saturday, are like who's lineup of like god tier anime. Where like I can barely decide which one is like my favorite, which one would make like a top list, like a top of the season, top of the year list. But I bet I'll decide by the end of December, as you do. Ooh, tough level, very tough level. Oh. Very well timed so far. It seems like all the things just come very intuitively. I just realized I can do like a down and X to do that mole hallway. I don't just have to like stab repeatedly and hope for the best. Let me take a little drink here. Ah! We got 2 minutes left on the timer. Let's make it count. I'm gonna set a 30-minute timer right now so I know when the lightning round should start. You know, I'll feel it. Actually, I don't know if I'll feel it. I feel like recently my Apple Watch has stopped vibrating when when alarms, or like when timers end on it. I don't know why that's happening, but it kind of low-key really annoys me. I wish it would vibrate properly. I've had to start using, like, my watch timer exclusively. Maybe stab the first one, get in the hallway, and then charge. How are we gonna get through that wall, though? This is some seriously tricky business. Just stab? Okay. The timer is just about out. Just about up. Kind of funny. There's like an audio cue for that timer, and it's already going off. I guess something went weird in like my Stream Deck. And the visual one ended up. Oh, shield that, and then that, if I shield that, the ball will destroy the wall for me. That's not a bomb wall at all. 5 last tries. Hello, Cruz Yira. Hey, how you doing? Good to see ya. Hey, Louise. Exclamation point add, please, if you please. Exclamation point add. There you go. Perfect. Good. 4 tries left. Let's do it. We're gonna do it. This time. This is it. This is the run. This is it. Let's do it. This is so it. Oh yeah, we're in uncharted territory. Oh, there's a second half. Well, the checkpoint refreshed my tries, but then I lost one. I'm not liking our odds, but great shit, great shit. Fuck. Not liking our odds, but hell of a level. Hell of a song.
Maybe this is all intuitive. Let's see if we can do it in the next 2 tries. And I'll say you can always resubmit it. The lightning round will be coming up in a half hour. So, like, there's not that much time for, like, me to get a full 12 minutes on a level. But, still, nothing stops you from getting another one in. Ooh, we survived this time. Means we can keep on going. Oh, that indicator was not quite where it needed to be. The dry bones there was all screwy. Ah. I don't know what happened to that dry bones, but thank you for the level. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. Let me hit dismiss and get up the next one. Thank you a lot, Squink. Next up is Oh Lord Bowser. It winds up if you go faster on the Wiggler. Faster on the Wiggler. You mean like landing on it faster, or like once I get on it, like proceeding to the right as it moves over to the right itself? Well, that can't be helped. Thank you, in any case. And, hopefully we'll see it again. Mario Man, what the hell? I must have I misclicked. Next up is Bowser. No, 2, no jump, and ascend. And ascend? I don't follow. I don't follow. Lord Bowser, go ahead and confirm. Lord Bowser, let me hit, next so Lord Bowser can see. Lord Bowser, you know what to do. You just gotta say something. Here's another card while I give Lord Bowser a second to confirm. My sleep schedule is super erratic right now. Hold jump. Send equals hold jump. Send equals hold jump. 2, no jump, and ascend. I've never heard that terminology for hold jump. That's interesting, Swink. Okay. Really erratic sleep schedule right now. I will say, low-key, like, yeah, I just got back from Japan 2 weeks ago. I was, you know, very jet-lagged as a result from that, but at this point, it's been 2 weeks, and my sleep schedule is erratic in, like, a slightly different way, insofar as, like, yeah, I'm not sleeping through, like, the day anymore, but oftentimes, like, right after work, like, right after getting home, or, you know, at the end of a work-from-home day, I am just collapsing in a heap and sleeping, like, from, like, 6 p.m. on, or, like, even earlier, if I can manage it, you know? Like, just sleeping probably not enough hours from, like, late afternoon on. Yesterday, I slept from, like, 4 p.m. to, like, 10 p.m. I tried to get as much sleep as I could, and then I stayed up all night after that because, well, I meant to get a little sleep before work, but it turns out that, like, Metaphor is really good, and, that has been a big part of that. Also, is just, like, wanting to catch up on anime, and wanting to watch a lot of anime, and also wanting to play, like, 30 hours of Metaphor, which is fucking good, by the way, and wanting to do this, and wanting to do that, and holy lord, my sleep schedule is just really just goddamn off track. And I'll say, you know, part of it is that I got these streams. Hello, Chippendale, how you doing? I got these streams where they're at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. and I want to be awake for them. So instead of just like, okay, I go to bed at 6 p.m., that's fine. Eventually I'll go to bed at 8 p.m. and then eventually I'll go to bed at 10 p.m. Instead I gotta say, like, I gotta stream at 6 p.m. I gotta be awake for that. And I force myself to be awake, and then all of a sudden I'm sleeping during the day again, or like taking a nap and fucking up my sleep schedule even more. It's a weird thing. Hopefully I'll get on track soon. I don't know. Lord Bowser is here. Fantastic. Time to continue World 3. That's right. That is what we do when your levels come up. I don't know what we were doing in Uploaded Corpses. Uploaded Corpses? Did I just say uploaded corpses? You can't upload a corpse. What does that even mean? Uploaded corpses. Uploaded corpses. That's dicked up. Uploaded corpses. Murder! Yeah, that's what it means. There you go. There you have it. Uploaded courses. Yeah, let's do it. This level seems like it'll be a nice little water level. Perfectly innocent. I don't know. Hopefully after tonight's stream, I will get the VOD uploading, write a description, have a bath, and watch 2.5 Dimensional Seduction, and not then immediately turn around and say like, okay, I would like to play Metaphor until 4 AM. Hopefully then I will say, and I am tired now because I just slept like 2 hours before the stream, if that. You know, there's, oh geez, that was close. Upload of corpses? Yeah, uploaded. Upload dead? That's also like a weird place to put the emphasis though. Uploaded, like past tense, uploaded. Not upload a corpses. Sleeping is hard. And I'll say, maybe it'd be easier if I did something like... I know there are some streamers who just stream when they're awake, and as a result, their schedules, like, sort of slip around. Like, I know Glower, Paper Mario speedrunner. Ah! That dude just sleeps at odd hours, you know, and sort of has the situation where his sleep schedule just drifts forward erratically over time. Which I'll say, I 100% sympathize with. I have definitely had summers, like, as a kid, where that happened to me, unbound from school or schedules. I definitely, like, you know, started out as a night owl, and then I stayed up a little later. It's like, okay, eventually you stop being a night owl, and you become an early riser. And then you keep going, and you become normal, and you get back around to, being a night owl again. And the cycle continues until school starts, at which point, like, that sort of locks it in there and makes it a little less erratic. You know, I've had summers like that. So I get it. But I got work in the morning. I got streams in the afternoon. There is a time for sleeping. There's a good time for sleeping. I need to figure it out. And to be clear, this isn't exactly a new problem. Right? Like, one of the viewer level streams, like, right before my vacation, was called, the title of that VOD was, Don't Worry, I Sleep on the Weekends. Because, yeah, it is sort of in my nature to not sleep during the work week, and then sleep a whole bunch on the weekend. Probably ain't right. Probably ain't right. Thank you for level Lord Bowser, very good. Let me hit complete and get the next one up. Feel free to resubmit and jump. Mario Man X. Mario Man X. Where are you at, Mario Man X? Go ahead and say something. I'm gonna put Mario Man X's name in chat. I guess that's from the YouTube side, actually, considering that it has a space in it. Go ahead and confirm. I don't remember seeing that level get in there, but... You know, I guess I can't remember every viewer who gets in off the top of my head. That's why we have the list. Because I can't remember the order in which people submitted levels myself. That would be ridiculous. That would be so... I mean, I'm not the one who came up with having a level bot, to be clear. Like, that was the practice, like, years before I became a streamer. But, you know, what the fuck? Here's the thing. Here's a question. Mario Man, please confirm. What kind of mattress, is that how you spell mattress? Regardless, what kind of mattress / bed? I think mattress might have just one T. Whatever, doesn't matter. What kind of mattress / bed do y'all sleep on? Getting back from Japan...
I am suddenly randomly thinking about my bed, right? And how maybe I should not have, like, quite as old a bed as I have. The bed I sleep on, I got, like, full on 11 years ago. And it was a hybrid mattress from IKEA. And the bed frame is also from IKEA as well. And I don't know. I'm fine with it. I mean, I've been sleeping on it for 11 years and it's perfectly good. I mean, I think it certainly beats like the beds I had as a kid, which were, you know, like a twin-sized Mama Jama. Is that the thing you say, Mama Jama? A twin-sized dealy-doo that got replaced by this IKEA bed as an adult. But, you know, when I first moved out of my parents' place. But I don't know, maybe it's time to, like, invest. Maybe I should get, like, an IKEA thing. There you are, Mario Man, fantastic. Maybe I should get an IKEA thing? Or, like, a more fancy, mattress from, like, Nebraska Furniture Mart. I like going to the Nebraska Furniture Mart sometimes. You know, I'll say, Nebraska Furniture Mart is, like, close enough to my... Here, it's like a Flappy Bird level. Pretty self-explanatory. Nebraska Furniture Mart is kind of close enough to my work where I can go there for lunch and have their Subway there. And then after I have the Subway, I can, like, you know, go up to the places where they have the beds and, like, lay on them for a minute, you know. Just literally just being like, okay, I'm tired, so let me just luxuriate on a bed real fast. Ooh, first try, what do you know? Brilliant. Brilliant. And, I did that yesterday, and while I was there, I was definitely thinking to myself, for the first time, maybe really, like, should I buy one of these beds? And have, like, a new bed? Are they comfy enough where they'd help me sleep and get a better night of sleep? Maybe that would legitimately just be a little life hack there. Get a better mattress, get better sleep for free. You know, go to sleep faster, stay asleep for longer. The watch would tell you, would confirm this. Maybe that would be a great idea. I texted my dad about this, and he said that I should get, complete, yes. I'm not done with my thought there, so I'll just continue talking about it. Turkatron is up. Go ahead and confirm, Turkatron. Let me put that into chat so Turkatron can see. My dad said that I should get, like, a adjustable bed where, like, you know how a bed is, right? If a bed is kind of flat, an adjustable bed is like, you can raise or lower, like, the foot or the head. And that's something that apparently he swears by now. And, he has that for, like, both of the beds in his house. And, I was talking to him about it and, like, asking, like, did you get my sister to get that? And, he said, like, yeah, she got one too. And I'm wondering now, based on, like, the two people, based on, like, my family, I'm wondering, like, is that pretty normal these days? To get, like, a bed that has, like, an adjustable foot and an adjustable head? I always thought that that was, like, just a thing for hospital beds. And I think even when my dad first got one of those, it was for, like, my grandma when she was, like, you know, at the end of her rope. She's dead now. You know, for years now, but like, you know, they had such a good experience with that bed and liked it so much they got it for, like, their main bed, I guess. Maybe I got the timeline screwed up, I don't know, but I'm considering that. That sounds like a good idea. Being able to move the head up independent of, like, pillow amount. Why have a footboard? It's more uncomfortable. What do you mean? Is a footboard like the thing that goes up and down, or like a thing? If I wanted to be up, I could have it be up. If I wanted to be down, it could be down. Or if I wanted to be level, that's also an option. I think the idea is for the head, mainly. I'm not sure how that all works or what I would prefer. Having the option, though, sounds really nice. A million ways to die in the swamp. Ooh, this sounds good. I feel like we got a good old troll level here. I'm thinking about beds for the first time in forever. Maybe that is the next project, you know? I just finished the Japan thing. The headboard, like the wall behind your head, is good, so the pillar stays in place. Oh, right, I see what you mean. I don't know if I want to hit a footboard, like a thing beyond my foot. That might not be required, but I'm looking at options. I'm thinking about that now, you know. I just finished the Japan trip. I moved, like, late of last year. I don't really have anything to work on to make myself productive anymore. Maybe that thing will be beds. Maybe that'll be the gimmick for, like, the next, maybe beds will be the thing that I look to get a new one of, like, over the next month or so. I don't know. I'll say I would like to get a house. I would like to get a house or at least own something. You know, like a, what kind of homes can you own? Like a condo or something. I don't know I need a full house, I'm just one dude. Though I would like to be able to paint, like, a wall green and have a green screen wall. We found the answer here. The way forward, maybe. Nope. Cute. Got me. This is it. I like a headboard. I like a headboard behind my head. Though I would like it to be very secure and firm. How in the hell? Maybe I can hit the switch and, like, escape. I could hit the switch and escape. Okay. But to what end? This level sure is trolling. I'm not sure, like, where I haven't looked yet for a way forward that isn't a death trap. Can I, like, slip under? No, I don't think there's enough time to, like, get out and then get back in and go through that door when the on-off is the other way. I don't think I have that option. I don't think I have that time. Ugh. Got a little bit of cough, don't mind. I'll say I was pretty sick on Monday. I took a sick day on Monday. But, otherwise, it's been a good week. I got pretty much better from that sickness Monday on, and I went into the office Tuesday and Thursday. You know, normal style, like I do during the work week. And work from home on the other 2 days, which I do as well, normally. It's been a normal week. Normal week for a change. Nothing weird. So yeah, thinking about beds, I don't know. Maybe I'll lay on my dad's bed and be like, okay, show me this fucking adjustable thing. Sell me on it. Because I don't know, I'm not 100% sold yet. What the fuck was that? There was a sound effect that time. Okay. So you can fall through sometimes. Maybe if you, like, line up perfectly, you will fall through, but... If you just stand off to the side like we did, I guess, the first time, you can't go in. It does say no there. It does say no there. Maybe there's like a pipe where we can't see under the muck. Oh, it's no mushroom. No mushroom. There we go. The mushroom and the fire flower was what was killing us. Okay. I should read things in the environment so I know what's going on. At this rate, it looks like this will be the last level of the non-lightning round. So, or the last level before the lightning round, so look forward to that in like 5 minutes. I am dying in the same way, time and time again. I'm wondering if I'm just like, you know, I'll say a thing that I have kind of low-key come to appreciate over the last year, which is that sleep deprivation does have effects on, like, the ability to retain information and to remember to, like, stop and not run off a cliff, right? You know, and like, when you're sleep deprived, you just sometimes forget things. Like, you'll think to yourself, like, okay, remember to do something. I remember, like, when I moved, like, 2 moves ago. 2 moves ago. Like, 2 moves ago. I think this was two times ago. I remember that, like, I was just running around ragged, like, doing a million things, and just thinking to myself, like, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, goddamn. I gotta bring the rug at the front of the room, the front of the apartment, to my car. And then, after thinking that, I didn't just grab the rug and bring it to the car. Instead, I just completely forgot about it for like full on an hour. Because when you're sleep deprived, these things just sort of happen. You say something and it slips out of there like seconds later. Literal seconds. There's no time to remember. Yay, we got through this room. This looks good. I wanted to, like, build some like, ooh, what's this gonna be? But, the lava, though. Lava came slowly up to kill me before the dramatic pause could reach its zenith. Alas. Alas. I feel like that question mark block might have the one power-up that we need. Might have the one power-up that we need to, like, get through. Seems likely here. A good fuck you power-up. Wait a minute, what if I go through the pipe and then pop back through? Ooh, what if I pop back through? Oh, I can't do that. The question mark block blocks me. And then I die. I wonder if... Can that become a soft lock going back and forth? Or does the game automatically tell, like, oh, you got blocked coming back, and then you got blocked on the other way, so you're dead. That's just that. Maybe I need to do a big jump. Big jump to get me, to that question mark block. But the question mark, the visible thing in the way. If you get blocked both ways, you're dead, same with doors. Huh. Well, that's just a good feature to prevent it from being, like, weird. Can we even jump high enough to get to that platform? If we were to bypass the invis. I could figure this out experimentally. All I need to do is figure out if I have like 2 blocks of wiggle room. 3 blocks of wiggle room coming off that second block. Ugh. Like I said, didn't get that much sleep. You can bypass, but you didn't realize. Oh, I'm sorry, I got distracted. I thought... I'll say sometimes the activity feed sort of changes a little bit when, like, the time on the timestamps on there, like, increments forwards. And that can make it look like it's just budging forward, and makes it look like there's a new Pikmin being thrown at me event, but that was the one from 18 minutes ago, I guess. Whatever. I'll say, like, before the stream, I took, like, a short nap after being awake since, yeah, it's just high enough. Just stop and hit it. Okay, we just gotta be fast, I think. I'll say I got, like, only, like, 2 hours before the stream. And before that, I had slept, like, yesterday from, like, through the afternoon. Through, like, 4 to 10 o'clock p.m. Okay! That's not a mushroom! It's not a mushroom at all! I think that is the least mushroom-like thing I've seen in a minute. Why are you looking for a power-up? That's a good question. I think I need a power-up to get through the blocks on the other side of the thing. But maybe I'm wrong. We got 5 tries left. Let's make them count. You need whatever the level provides. Okay, let's slow down and take it slowly. And think. And think. Okay, here we are. This is this will give me this block gives me a big mushroom, which will break this block so I can't get back up. You can jump up with, like, a mushroom plat. Jump up with the mushroom plat. How can I jump up with the mushroom plat? With the mushroom plat. Mushroom platform right where the bomb explodes. God damn it! I need to stop dying in that way. Okay, last 2 tries. Let's try to see what we mean. What the deal is here. Can we make that jump? Oh! I just noticed that because the floor on the left isn't that high, I can totally get in there. I can totally get in there. Ooh, so long as I don't die this life, I think we can do it. Do I need that big mushroom? Right, we can jump to right here. There we go, okay. I just thought this was way too high. And I think that you cannot get up to here, but down there is fine. That really makes it look like you're supposed to go around back. That doesn't make sense. This is either really bad or really good. If I could get under the block and destroy it, then I can get into that pipe with the mushroom, which I bet 50-50% chance is good. 50-50% chance that this is a good thing. Let's see. Yes, I think it was good that we didn't die when we got hit by the fish. But then I died anyway, okay. You gotta put a coin in the other block, you're supposed to die there. Okay, well, we got there in the end. We got there in the end. We did die. There's kids outside screaming. If you're hearing that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's, I can't do nothing about that. Go fucking figure. Exhausting, those fucking kids screaming. That's one of the reasons why I want to get a house or something. I want to get privacy. I'll say, like, when I'm in bed these days, one of the problems with being in bed is that sometimes it feels like my bed is just vibrating uncontrollably. And I don't know if that's, like, air conditioning units in other apartments, or, like, do people have, like, vibrating beds or some shit, or, like, the fans that are out of control? I don't know, but I feel like I wouldn't have to deal with elements I cannot control vibrating my bed if I lived in a single family apartment. The single family being me and me. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I had none of that in Japan, which I feel like rules out the idea that it's psychological. Like, I'm just imagining it every night when I'm really just stressed out. I'm lying in bed, I'm stressed, I'm just thinking, like, nasty thoughts, and I'm just feeling like, you know, or feeling like my heart beats or something. I feel like that's not it, or I would have felt it in Japan just as much. But I feel like the Japan trip was like a reprieve from that, so I don't know. Maybe it's the bed. Maybe it's the bed. My bed's really old. Maybe it's just really prone to being rattled. Maybe that makes sense, actually. Maybe if I get a new bed, it would just solve itself. That's another factor. That's another factor to consider. I was on different beds in Japan. There could be multiple things at play. Also, so that you don't have to hear, like, screaming kids, and I don't either. I always have to have something playing now, so I don't hear those. And maybe even earplugs also, just to be 100% sure. Those fucking kids. Folks, I'm gonna hit dismiss for Turkatron there. Feel free to resubmit. Barack Obama, are you 43 or 44? Or I think Trump was 44, so you would be, or 45? Are you 43 or 45? The president's number. Whichever one, you are up next. But also, folks, let me tell you what time it is. It is time now for the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for Twitch subscribers. That's the one that costs money. And also, by the way, we have a sub goal in place to we're doing DK64 randomizer as part of the streamiversary in a week and a half on Sunday next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend. And if we get 10 subs by that DK64 randomizer run, I will have to play every time I get a golden banana, I'll have to do Beaver Bother before I get that golden banana. So that'll be fun if met. Twitch subs get 2 extra lives that come in the form of these lovely extra bonus heads that come in a variety of forms, including some non-Marios.
I'm wondering that too, Cruziera. Let me put in chat so that Obama knows. You're up, Obama. There you have it. There you go, Obama. I have now randomized the heads. The first person of the night also gets the heads, by the way. That's how it works. I was just added. Nice. Doing a stream now. That's how this works. It is a fun time where there's a little bit of stakes to every level that comes our way. And the same is true as before. If you're not here, we do sudden death. Obama, currently, you're going to be in sudden death. If you do appear here, I will promote you to the regular one. So if your level is still being played and you realize you're in sudden death, you could say, hey, I'm here. And then it's pretty easy to say, like, okay, I had 1 life left. I convert over to 5 minus 1. There you have it. Let me enter in this code and then let's proceed. I will say, by the way, we are to the point where my next cards concern video games. We're through all the anime and all the bed talk. There's actually a lot to talk about as far as video games go this bit. Let's start this level in sudden death though, and we'll start talking about some video games. As we get to, like, the next level after. Hey, Trebucket, how's it going? You're gonna get Rivals 2 on the PC then? Cool. Well, we should play sometime. I'll say I'm not 100% sure how I feel about Rivals 2 yet. I don't see him, but we're in sudden death. We're in sudden death for now. Which might be honestly enough for this level, given the difficulty. See, we already got to the halfway point. Nice. We should play some. I got a card for that later, don't worry about it. Maybe this weekend, Trebucket, we'll see. Let me know when you have time. Hell, if anyone else wanted to join us. We could maybe do it in like my Discord rather than like in Dan's Discord. And then if anyone else wanted to join in who's in my Discord, maybe that would work. I don't know. I don't really. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure like how many people have rivals of 8th or 2. It's just a cool platform, platform fighter. Very good. Good level, Barack Obama. I thought that was a fun, little bit chaotic, but very, very doable. Very, very doable. 06I just said GG is here. Fantastic. Let's get you those heads. And on a non-Rivals 2 note, let's talk about the first game that I want to talk about, which is, yo, folks. You work on the weekend, so probably like Wednesday. That sounds good, Trebucket. We'll do some sometime soon. I've been playing a ton of Metaphor ReFantasio. Oh my fucking god, that game has like hooked me. I have put in like 30 hours over the last week. I've gotten through the first. I'll say I've gotten through the first 2 dungeons, and I'm midway into the following semi-dungeon type thing that follows the second dungeon. It's goddamn delicious. It's goddamn good. If you're wondering what it is the game from the Persona teams that is not Persona, but, to sort of give away the game and show what it is, tell you what it is, it's a Persona-like. You manage time. You have like missions that you have to go on and you have to do within a certain time frame while managing social links and like leveling up your social stats. They're called like leadership virtues or something, kingly virtues or something in this. And it's really fucking cool.
the main premise, the main thrust, and it's sort of like centered around a sort of a fantasy world that is dealing with an election for the first time in like recorded history, and it sort of is like structured around the framework of a political campaign around the whole kingdom, where you are running around like, you know, where like you and the villains and like, you know, neutral parties are all running around trying to convince the country to make them into the new king. It is a very fun premise, especially when like there's a bunch of candidates who are just like no-hopers, who are just like weird fellas who just come out of the woodwork and like, hey, my policy is I'm gonna give everyone an airship. I'm gonna give everyone an airship because I love airships. Or another character being like, my policy is I love the guillotine. I'm gonna start guillotining people. And, you know, the rabble going like, yeah, guillotines, woo! And it's like, okay. And there's like, my god, there's some cool shit. Sorry for, like, low-key spoilers. But I just want to emphasize, like, how cool of a premise that is, how cool of a setting it is, running around, like, trying to earn the people's favor. And also, like, doing dungeons in the meantime, and the unexpected directions those dungeons and the plot, like, veers in is phenomenal. Okay. That's cool. Like, they do a lot of things that are different from Persona, I'll say. Like, a lot of your favorite things are there. Like, you have to manage time, and, you know, there's... Oh, it makes an explosion whenever you pass over one of those blocks, I see. So I don't want to trigger the note blocks. Got it, okay. This is actually a good gimmick. I like it. I didn't realize what was going on for a second, but... this is a very neat premise. Okay. Yep. So, I'll say, I want to give them a lot of credit for, like, taking the Persona formula and expanding it in some very smart ways, changing it in some very smart ways. One thing is, like, what I said, it's a road trip, essentially. The thrust of the game is that you're traveling from, like, across the country, across the kingdom, and, like... Oh, well, I did refresh my life with that checkpoint, but then I lost one. And then a second one. Jesus, I need to be more careful. I was lucky the first time I had a power-up. To, like, go anywhere on the map takes, like, time, right? So, not only are you dealing with, like, a day limit, like a time limit, oftentimes, that is often more severe than, like, like, Persona 5's day limit per thing, right? Like, where, like, in Persona, oftentimes you had, like, 20 days or something to do every dungeon. In this, you sometimes have more, like, on the manner of, like, 10 days. Like, a week and a half to get it done. But also, you have, like, mini dungeons that can be like, okay, to get to this mini dungeon, you have to spend, like, 2 days on the road. Which makes for an interesting, like, time commitment question. It's also cool that, like, when you're on the road, you can do social link stuff. That time is not wasted. You know, you can read your book while you are traveling to the dungeon. To like, another dungeon out there in the world. Which is just dope. Which is just so cool. Another thing that it does really well is that the class system is really well done, is really smart. Thank you, 06I, for level. I'm hitting dismiss and bringing up the next person. Cruz Yira, who was just here relatively recently in the YouTube chat. Perfect. I'm gonna re-up those things and keep talking about Metaphor. There you are, Cruz. Yes. Another thing is, like, the archetype system, the class system. The way that it works is that every social links gives you a class. and it's like tied to a given class, and you could put that class on any of your party members, so long as you like spend resources to unlock it for that given party member, and like they level it up and they get moves in that thing as they go up. Not only that, but they can also like inherit a move. They can also like take moves from another class that they have unlocked and put it onto the class that they have equipped. So it ends up being a very flexible system where like the class that they have is giving them like 6 moves, let's say, and then they add like 2 more, 1 or 2 or maybe even 3. You get more as you like advance the social link tied to that class. Just so you get like more slots and be able to make a much more flexible like characters who are like you know, like, okay, I'm the brawler. I got like a bunch of punchy stuff that's really strong. Or I'm the gunner. The gunner has like a really good like poison, a really good move that inflicts poison or sleep. And on top of that, because those are just basic physical attacks, I'm just gonna give this guy Zeo. I'm gonna give them, it's not called Zeo, I'm gonna give them the electric attack. I'm gonna give them the ice attack as well, and that'll help them cover some niches that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. Or like dodge electric or something if they're like weak to it, or some shit. It's very flexible and lets you put together some very... It makes the party building process very fun. Especially when, like, enemies are challenging enough where they make you make use of that. Some bosses and such will make you customize your team around beating them, which is quite neat. You can even, like, buy intelligence at, like, shops and stuff, and in so doing, you'll, you can get, like, their weaknesses ahead of time and plan accordingly going into a battle. Which is neat. I see what this is. This is a race. I know that when you go through a door, the P block refreshes. Oh, but it also, I think it... The song refreshed, so I think a P switch was just hit every time we go through the door. I'm pretty sure... Wait, no, I might be thinking of Bombs. I might be thinking of a Bombs refresh, but P-blocks do not. The story has been ridiculously good. It's been very fun, and I want to give it, like, huge credit. Huge credit. Okay, so, in Persona, right? Persona 5, especially, right? There's always a time between dungeons where... Oh crap, I see what I need to do. There's always a time between dungeons in Persona where, like, the next dungeon is being set up, and you're getting a bunch of plots and such, and characters are introducing themselves. Crap. Characters are introducing themselves, and, you know, things are just sort of proceeding in a way where you are basically just going to bed every day, or doing, like, social legs if you're lucky, and then, going to do some plots, and rinse repeat until you get a mission and the dungeon unlocks, and then, you know, you got free time to manage. Well, Metaphor does it, like, a little bit better than that, actually. In Metaphor, between dungeons are, like... Well, first off, traveling, but also, like, really good story that goes in unexpected directions, and also often involves, like, mini dungeons, challenging boss fights, good gameplay, good developments that are surprising, and, really just catch you aback when they somehow get you to the next dungeon after, like, What? Huh? They somehow get you to the dungeons, after a fashion, after an arc, and, I gotta hand it to it. Like, its story has a lot less dead time
has a lot less slow time than Persona 5, and arguably is a big improvement over Persona 5. Honestly, I'm having such a good time with it. I really did think that that like Astrobot would be like my #1 game of the year, but goddamn, this is like Persona 5 quality, but like improved upon, and with a really profoundly cool setting and premise. And there's like a whole fantasy book where one of the themes is that the protagonist has like a novel that is like full of utopian thinking of like oh, here's a society where racism doesn't exist. And like whenever he hands it to one of the fantasy races, they're like, oh wow, a world where fantasy doesn't exist? And also they're showing like images of Earth, by the way. They're showing images of Earth, and like it's written by a guy named like Moore, which I found out later, like the guy who invented the term utopia, his name was Roger Moore. He wrote a book full of like the description of like a utopian city, and that's where we get utopias from. That's where utopian thinking used to be like a big political thing, or a medium political, somewhat of a political thing back in the day, where like someone writing of a better world was transversive, was like transgressive, was like, oh wow, you mean things can be better? I didn't think of that. Wow, that really shakes up the status quo, and that is like a big theme of Metaphor. Wow. Ooh. If you had time and an appetite for RPGs, you give Metaphors a shot. You already played plenty of RPGs this year. That's fair. I'll say, if you like Persona, if you love Persona 5, you should not sleep on this. I was sort of sleeping on it, honestly, before it came out. I was sort of thinking like, I don't know about this shit. It's not Persona. It's from the Persona team, but I don't know if it's like what exactly they're doing with it. I don't know. It all looks really weird looking at the trailers, and it is pretty out there. It does go in some really insane directions as far as like monster design and some world details, which ends up being really cool when presented in like a slow, gradual manner, by the way, compared to the trailers that are just like, oh, look at this, there's a weird thing, there's a weird thing, there's a weird thing. This is more like, here's a weird thing, and you're like, oh, what? And then like 4 hours later, it's like, and look at this shit, and you're like, oh, wow. And then you're on the road and you're passing like a big weird thing, and they stop the train, they stop the airship, they stop the land ship, and they get out and they go like, oh, look at that, that's a weird thing. Let's make a postcard. It's cool. It's a really good game. And it comes with my highest recommendation so far. It is a game that is hard to put down. I have mentioned my sleep schedule has been pretty erratic. I have had multiple nights where I've just said like, okay, I think I'll play like an hour of Metaphor. And then I played like 4 hours of Metaphor. Then I played like 6 hours of Metaphor. Because, ooh, wow, it's just so easy to just keep on trucking and be like, well, I finished that dungeon. I want to see what happens next. And when I say next, I mean I want to see like the next 4 hours. I want to see the plot. I want to see where we're going. I want to get to the next dungeon. I'm in. I'm in. Sorry, I didn't do like a next for Luis. Luis Gonzalez, can you confirm for me that you're here? Thank you. Let me take a drink of water. I'm gonna give Luis a minute to confirm. Hey, Colony Chew. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I have been playing a lot of Metaphor. I just talked a bit about Metaphor. But let's do the next topic here. I got another card. Did you hear about Sakurai's final video and such? Sakurai, of Smash Brothers fame, has been putting out videos for the last 2.5 years. The last 2 years, I guess. Oh yeah, it rules. Fucking fantastic.
Game of the Year quality for sure. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised by that because the trailers look so bizarre and didn't really give away like what exactly it was, but what it is extremely cool and extremely easy to play 100 hours of. Sakurai put out a last video, and in it he basically like went over the process of making the channel, how hard and how much time he invested in it, and also like some fun tidbits like the fact that he recorded all those videos like literally 2.5 years ago. Like over the course of like a month or two, he recorded like 2 years worth of videos and wrote them even before that. I watched that final video. I'll say I haven't like watched all of his stuff for the last year or so. Like I feel like I watched them more religiously like near the start of the project and sort of fell off as it went forward. You know, admittedly I don't make games, so I don't need that sort of intimate knowledge of the design process of like you know, game creation. But it's very interesting to know that he like got most of the filming and writing done like at the very start, and has basically just been like managing a studio that he contracted to like do the art and the informative videos and stuff, and to get all that worked out. And that whole process seemed to be like, even if it was just like literally approving edits, approving, reviewing stuff, seemed to be basically a second job for him, where like, okay, he's talking about how he works from like 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or like 6 p.m. every day at his day job, being a lead on unannounced game that was proposed right after Smash Ultimate finished development and then was instantly approved. The basic thrust of that is that after Smash Ultimate, it turns out he had like 6 months between that next project, whatever it may be. You know what it is. That next project coming out and starting up, and the end of Smash. So he put those 6 months towards doing all the writing and the filming and the prep work for that, and even so, he's had to do a lot of stuff for like reviewing edits and like putting up the videos onto YouTube themselves, making thumbnails. Well, he doesn't make the thumbnails. I think the company makes the thumbnails, but you know, he approves the thumbnails, and it kind of makes it sound like he basically had a second job for the last year. You know what I mean? Let's play one of these levels. Let's do it. Let's find something relatively nice, perhaps. This looks relatively nice. Yes, it's probably Smash for Switch 2. Yes. I was thinking, by the way, what are we calling the next Smash? I'm gonna say Smash Ult 2? How does that sound? Or Ultimate. That's ULTWOMAT. You think his wife does the thumbnails? They said in the video. He said in the video. I watched the video today. I managed to find time to watch that whole video, that the production company that would handle like the visuals for his videos and like do most of the editing and such, they did the thumbnails. Or like 484, you know, it was very much a collaborative effort, to be sure, and he was still like working on it actively, recording like gameplay footage for like from newer games from when he originally recorded the thing. Super Smash Bros. Fray. In communities I was in the past, we used to call the oh, I see what we do. We have to jump on there and then jump out automatically. Okay. You know what? I'll not count that. I didn't. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. We used to call it on a forum back in the day, and when I say forum, of course, this is like pre-Discords. This is like even pre-social media at a certain point. But like we used to call it before like Smash 4 and such. We used to call that Smash Brothers Fisticuffs or Super Smash Brothers Fisticuffs or something, as like a dumbass shorthand. Fuck. Which was a fun thing to do.
We need more. I wish that fan sequel names were more like widely accepted. You know, I guess in some cases they are. Like, we call it the Super Switch sometimes, though we're more likely to call it the Switch 2, which it's not going to be called the Switch 2. You think it might be called the Switch 2? Super Switch, I think, is a lot more likely. Is Super Switch a good name? I really don't know. What if they called it the Switch 64? Oh, I would love it if they called it the Switch 64. That'd be fun. Or remember the Smash Dojo that was updated daily? Yeah, I guess he has like he has taken on like projects where he had like daily things. And even before like the videos, he even mentioned like right before the video started, he was doing like screenshot of the day every day forever. Now, I do like daily YouTube short postings, and I know that like maintaining like a good backlog of things to post daily and like keeping that in check while also doing streams and a day job, that's a big commitment, and it certainly sounds like he was basically working every day for like 12 hours, which, goddamn, Sakurai, one of the biggest like overworkers in the industry. I'll say, even before that, just historically, it was known that, like, Sakurai just busts his ass every single day. He is a god, yeah. Amazing stuff. I enjoyed the final video, and yeah, it is really interesting to know that he recorded all that stuff before anything happened, to the point where, like, he was saying, like, yeah, the house that was recorded in, I sold that house. He doesn't have that house anymore. Where he recorded all his videos in. He had to record in a new place for the final video. Fascinating. Fascinating stuff. Would recommend that, even if you haven't been keeping up with the whole thing up to this point. Lord Bowser, you are up. Lord Bowser. Go ahead and confirm in chat. You know what to do. Let me do that so Lord Bowser can see. Lord Bowser is here. Says nice. Perfect. Lovely. In other news, did you see that Banjo-Tooie hit N64 online? That's right. I'm really fucking happy about this. I love Banjo-Tooie. For a time... That's right. It's viewer levels. Solid sanity. That's right. For a time, Banjo-Tooie was like one of my top 5 games of all time. Until, like, Mario Odyssey sort of knocked it off the list for being, like, an exponentially better 3D platformer. But I love Banjo-Tooie. I've really been looking forward to it hitting N64 online. And, that, sort of sums up that, particular thought. You've been meaning to play that for a while. Have fun. I sort of have, like, 2 more cards on this topic that sort of go through, so let me just pop another one. I played Banjo-Kazooie again. As soon as I saw this news, I started replaying Banjo-Tooie on the Switch there, and doing it in portable mode, but using the N64 controller, because it's kind of weird with how it maps the buttons onto like a Pro controller, unfortunately. You know, because the N64 famously has 6 face buttons. You can't do that using normal button mapping. Had a good time. Played through it whilst watching anime. I'll say I have gotten alarmingly good at, like, multitasking, watching subtitled anime, whilst at the same time glancing back and forth every 2 seconds to, like, keep an eye on the game, keep an eye on the subtitles, keep an eye on the game. And it's kind of hard because when I'm, like, playing a game with a controller in portable mode, I sort of have to have it set aside, like, to my side here. So I'm glancing, like, this way to see the game, rather than just looking, like, down like this. You know, it's a little bit longer of a travel for my eyes and face and head. And, that definitely made it hard. I died in the engine room, like, 5 times. And also died in Click Clock Wood, like, a couple times as well. But I finished it and, you know, did 100%, and that was that. Goddamn good game. Love it. The first 3D platformer I ever played.
and that I ever loved, wouldn't you know? And, you know what? I'm just gonna pull this card right now. This is a perfectly good level, nice traditional thing with the moving platforms. Let me say, surprise, surprise, I also started replaying Banjo-Tooie last night when it came out on N64 Online. I started playing that, went through the first 3 worlds there. Doing as much as you can do, more or less. Well, actually not quite. I sort of had a question as I was going into that game I sort of had a question to ask of myself. That's a weird way to phrase it. Deep breath, back up. I'll say, by the way, of Tooie can be an acquired taste. Like, it is a very different game from Banjo-Kazooie. You cannot do it like... In Banjo-Kazooie, you try to minimize backtracking as much as possible. And indeed, you'll only need to backtrack once or twice throughout the entire game. So, you know, you don't really need to worry about it. In Banjo-Tooie, backtracking is required. Well, I don't think it's actually required. I think you can get enough jiggies to beat the game without literally backtracking. But without like going out of your way too much. But the point is, like, you cannot get 100% of every level without backtracking pretty much in every level outside the last one. The final level of the game is the one exception to that. But it's bigger. There's a lot more, like, adventure game type logic to some of the puzzle design and, like, the collectible design. There's, like, tons and tons of more moves. And it is, like, a twice as long experience compared to Banjo-Kazooie, which, if you're looking for something more meaty than Banjo-Kazooie, it's got your number. You know, it'll take you, like, twice as long. Maybe more if it's your first time. Because it can be hard to figure out, where to go. I'll say, I had an idea. Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. Fantastic. You know, it was a good cheap bridge level. That is a genre level, I suppose. I should make a cheap bridge level once I'm done with the super world. What if the final level was a cheap bridge level? Let's write that down. Make it a cheap bridge level. The final level as a cheap bridge level kind of makes me laugh. Remind me on Sunday at 10 a.m. Cheap bridge level for final level? Question mark? That'd be funny. That's a funny idea. I'm gonna put that down there in the notes there. Too bad it's not a lava level, in which case the cheeps would be like indestructible, or at any rate tougher than they otherwise would be. But that's fine. That's good. Next up is Mario Man X. Go ahead and confirm Mario Man X. As I was saying, with Banjo-Tooie, I had a great idea for something I wanted to try. One thing I know about Banjo-Tooie is that Mumbo is pretty much unavoidable, right? Like, to get to the grip grab move, you have to use the statue that Mumbo activates. So that first Mumbo is unavoidable before proceeding on to the later thing. The level is going to be a toy box level, a Sky 3D World level. So no lava, no acid, no nothing. The Super World has already had a level with cheeps that had acid on it, for what it's worth. Though they were on rails, so not quite like doing their normal behavior, honestly. And I had an idea, I had a thought after that of like, can you avoid Wumba? Can you get through the entire game without meeting Wumba? This is a question that I posed to myself, and I am wondering now, and as I replay it, I am going out of my way to not enter Wumba's wigwam
and not do any transformation stuff, and just specifically avoid her and not do anything that requires her, which does have some interesting implications, actually. Like, for instance, you know, as far as, like, whether it's possible, a thing to consider is, like, okay, Jinjos. Every time you miss a Jinjo, assuming that there's only one Jinjo that you miss in each color, that is a Jiggy that you cannot get. So if there's 5 Jinjos that you can't get because they require partners, that's 5 Jiggies you can't get. Unless you get really lucky and they are all the same color, or something like that, right? Which, who knows? I don't think that's necessarily something you can count on. Another thing is, like, some random factors, like, the kids in Witchy World. What if one of them is behind a van door? Then you can't get that Jiggy. Speaking of van doors, Mumbo is behind a van door, and Mumbo unlocks a lot of stuff in Witchy World. I think literally half of Witchy World you just cannot do without Wumba. So, you know, that's already 5 Jiggies there. How much wiggle room do you have in that game? Maybe like 20 Jiggies? I think you need like 72? 70, 72, and there's like 90 in the game, so if it's impossible to get 20 Jiggies or more, it is impossible to avoid Wumba. But I don't have the exact figures. I don't know how many Jiggies are off the table with that. And I'm really curious to continue playing and seeing how that goes. It sort of adds a fun challenge that I've never done before to this playthrough, and I'm enjoying that a bunch. I like seeing, like, novelty gimmick videos that, you know, some YouTubers sometimes do, right? Where it'll be like, the best example I can think of is like, Michael, not sure how he's like Nordic or something. Not sure how you say his name in, like, or like Swedish. Michael Voss? The Roller Coaster 2 tycoon guy who does a bunch of videos like, oh, can you beat Roller Coaster Tycoon 2? Can you beat the levels in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2 if you start with 0 money? And we'll, like, go into detail about how it's possible or not per map, or like, can you beat it without building any path? That sort of video is always fascinating to me, and that sort of challenge run is always really neat. And it is fun, it turns out, to do one of my own. God damn it. This looks pretty doable. This looks pretty doable. So long as we don't, choke on our shit. I like that sort of challenge video, and I've been, enjoying playing through Banjo-Tooie that way. It's not really a big deal, I just don't go into Wumba, and I just can't do anything that's behind her, but it makes it interesting. Oh, right, it's a Celeste level. I totally forgot. My memory sometimes, jeez. Checkpoints, refresh my things. Good thing this door is here. We can refresh these blue platforms. Lovely. Yeah, it has sort of a vibe that is, like, Celeste-like. One try left. Let's try to get through it. By the way, Mario Man X, do keep in mind, if you do show up, you can say something, and you'll give me, a whole bunch of tries. I love that. Look at that. It's a red coin standing in for a strawberry. Celeste. That is inspired. I feel like I've seen Celeste tribute levels before. I don't think I've seen someone use red coins as cherries. That is or strawberries. I was about to say that's the cherry on the cake. That doesn't work. That doesn't work, with strawberry. That's the strawberry on the cake. The strawberry on the pie, there we go. In the pie, on the pie.
Do people put cherries on their cake? I actually don't know if you put cherries on cake. I can't picture that. Why would you put a cherry on cake? I think usually you put like more like a strawberry, actually. Pulse cherries on cake, yeah? With the stem and all. Surely you take the stem off, obviously you take the stem off. Some do, some do. You've had Black Forest cakes before, and cherries tend to be both inside and on top. Gotcha. I guess I'll say I'm not a big cake connoisseur. I like ice cream cake. That's my favorite kind of cake, and that is the cake that I will have every birthday, and that is the cake that I hope that my family chooses for their birthdays when we do, like, birthday cakes. You know, when birthdays come and go, as they do. Ice cream cake. My favorite cake. Because I love ice cream. I love the crumbly bits, like, or that is like between the chocolate and vanilla layers. I am always thinking of the Dairy Queen. Specifically the Dairy Queen, ice cream cake. Maybe H-E-B. I think my parents sometimes, they we started shopping at H-E-B recently. I think one of the cakes we had recently was an H-E-B cake. H-E-B is pretty good too. Thank you, Mario Man X. I don't see you. We made some progress, but, on 2 lives, we were unable to do it. I'm gonna hit dismiss, and, pull up the next level. Colin has been chatting. Right, yeah, was just talking about cakes. Perfect. Let's pull another card. I've been playing a little bit of UFO 50. I feel like in the last week, really, I have, like, sort of stopped playing UFO 50 in favor of, like, Metaphor and other games. But right before Metaphor, I was playing UFO 50. In particular, I got through all of Mini and Max. Mini and Max is like one of those 50. UFO 50 is like a collection of 50 bite-sized indie games that are sort of made in the style of like old games from the 80s, and there's 50 of them, and they're all pretty cool and well polished and, you know, bite-sized, to be clear. They're not always like the biggest thing in the world, but Mini and Max took me like a good 5 hours, 10 hours or something crazy, you know, just because it's a platformer where you are exploring a room and you have the ability to shrink down and explore, like, oh, I'm going into my potted plants, and like interacting with like the ants and stuff that live there, and doing like quests and finding out like what's going on in the world of the clock. Like, who lives in the clock? Who lives in the bookcase? And also you get like the ability to shrink even farther down, so it's like, oh, there's like a colony of moss at like the like right next to this big pencil, and you know, what's their deal? Let's find out. There's a bunch of like virus people who live on either side of like 4 clods of dirt, and you know, finding all that crap, discovering that, and getting like a good variety of amazing power-ups that change the way and really make you feel really powerful by the end. It takes a while. Like, you really have to find that first power-up that lets you shrink down to an even smaller size. And then you have to be like, okay, well, I found the thing that lets me jump big. I found, like, extra life. I found, like, other abilities, like one that lets me deflect obstacles, deflect anything I come into contact with mid-air, like enemies that are jumping at me or their projectiles. And after you get some of that, you start feeling really strong and being able to explore more and not die so often, and it's just really compelling and good, and I think it's my favorite of UFO 50's games. Other favorites would be like Valgaris. I don't fucking know how to say that. I think like Seaside Drive is right up there. That's 3. I had 2 more. Let me look. Is this really LYF? That's the same code as Bowser's, or the same. You have the same last 3 digits as Bowser's. That's a coincidence, I think. Or maybe it's just really similar. Coincidence. What's my other favorite games? Let me think. You look at the grid real fast. Oh, Mortalis. Mortalis is in that top 5 for sure. And as far as number 5 goes, I'll be honest, I'm not really that, I'm gonna say Mooncat for number 5. Though, it is definitely my 5th favorite, on that top 5 list. Goddamn good game. There's a lot of them that are really good. I'll say there's also a lot that really missed me entirely. Like, I do not understand Party House. I just don't get, like, what you do there, how that is a game. There's also a few other ones where all the gameplay just flies right over my head, and I'm just, like, going, like, I just don't want to engage with this. I don't want to think that hard to understand what's going on. Fuck. But I'd say overall, UFO 50 is, like, definitely one of the best games of the year, and if you're looking for things to play before Game of the Year season, UFO 50. Goddamn good. Woohoo! What the fuck? That was a surprise. Fucking... I love that. Oh my god. That is a very clever thing. These guys bouncing out of the muck, out of the lava, by surprise, is just a hilarious thing to happen. And also, once you see it, it becomes predictable in a way that is just super cool. And the fact that you never see them literally coming always makes it a little bit of a shock when they pop over. When they pop out of the lava and, are ready to clown. God damn, it's always good to see a level idea that is so cool you wonder why, oh shit, why hasn't anyone done this quite like this before? Enemies popping out of the lava onto a platform, and that's it. Via spring. I've done some business where, like, enemies are sprung around in fun ways. That's, like, one of my earliest gimmicks that I ever had, and I never thought up from the lava. Fucking good. Oh, wait, no, I gotta kill the guy. For a second, I was thinking, like, is this, Dry Bones the final boss? And the answer is no, there's a guy. He's just here to have fun. That's solid. That's great. Jeez. I think this would be a great, like, 2-4. What if this is for a super world? What world is it for? I'm thinking like that difficulty level feels about right for like the second world. No super world? You should make a super world. It's fun. Sometimes it's like a 3-year-long project, 4-year-long project, but it's satisfying to get complete, which I will be doing soonish. Again, during the 3rd Streamiversary stream, the weekend after this weekend, so like in a week from now, the first thing we'll be doing is kicking off development of my final Super World level. Solid Insanity is up next, and Solid Insanity just said GG. Colin Ichu, feel free to resubmit or do whatever. It's all good until such time as we're closing the queue and such. Here's another card. I've also been playing a bit of Astrobot. That just has come up with the speedrun levels, and I've been playing those a bit, trying to get decent times, and also filling up my PlayStation friends list. Astrobot is like Game of the Year quality, by the way. Until Metaphor, I was thinking Astrobot had it clinched. Astrobot and Metaphor, those are my top 2 right now for Game of the Year. I'm pretty goddamn sure.
You know, I could see an argument for like Balatro or Animal Well or something, but no, Astrobot is definitely better than those, and Metaphor is certainly on its way to being better than maybe even Astrobot. It's pretty cool. They put out 2 levels so far of 5 that people can compete in like leaderboard times. While I kind of wish that it could just be for all levels in the game, it is really nice to have these like 40-second levels to do like speed runs of. They're not too long, and you can get a lot of tries of them pretty fast. I'll say the first one is pretty straightforward. I don't know that there's a lot of like honestly, I don't think there was that much to do as far as like routing goes to get it like optimized. Though people have it like people have like 4 seconds on me. Like the world record is like 4 seconds faster than what I do. So I don't fucking know. I think like the second one that just came out yesterday using the elephant power up. That one is fantastic. I think they put out a list of like which abilities are happening for that. So I guess I could find out if I wanted to. I'll just say I hope for the sponge. I hope for the big small ability. Is that redundant, having both the sponge and the shrink ability get levels? I don't know. I'd like those 2, and I'd like the time slow. Time slow. I would take shrink over sponge, I think. I would take shrink over sponge. But those ones would definitely be in my list for, like, ones I would like to see get another level. Yeah, it rules for sure. Let's do this. Ah. Still a little bit phlegmy. You know, I feel like I'm better, sickness-wise, but still got a little bit of a cough. Still got a little bit of, a phlegmy situation in there. What's the deal here? Do I need to, like, catch that guy as it's coming back and stop it? Kinda looks like what we need to do. Goddamn. Okay, let's try this. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you can throw that and land on it far enough to the right such that you can do the thing. It's a one-screen puzzle, so this is a puzzle to figure out. Are these clues over here? 2 blocks. Thwomp, key. Maybe Thwomp hits key. Shell, Spiny hits on-off. Piranha Plant has key. I don't think the Thwomp can hit the question mark blocks. So I'm probably reading in more than that is actually there. What if I get this? What if I... Oh, that stops it. It doesn't, like, bounce it up and... Shit! Do a thing. Very good puzzle. Very good puzzle here. I say not having solved it. I wonder if I'm missing something. If the puzzle is just you gotta jump really good and land and do a really tricky like throw and land combination. Something like that, but better. You gotta do a reset. Nah. I'm out of lives, I think. I'll give it one more go, but there's an on-off right there's a one-way right here, stopping you from going to the side.
Oh, you can't see it. See? See? Oh, this is a weird place to be. This is not where I want to be. Gotcha. Yeah, I was in the way. I tend to do that, sorry. I gotta be somewhere. Bottom left corner just makes sense. There we go. Okay. What?! I didn't think about what that guy would do. I didn't think about that. I guess I needed to grab the shell a second time off that on-off switch and do it a third time. Hit that on-off a second time. Oh well, good attempts. I think we figured out something at least. Hey, I feel good about that. You can always resubmit. Hey, you can always resubmit, and we can always have another crack at that. Up to you. A lot of these, I'll say, like, every Mario Maker stream has moments that would work really good as YouTube shorts. That's a moment that'll definitely work really well as a YouTube short. It was short, it was self-contained, and it was novel. I don't know that I've ever seen anything quite... I don't think... That's a moment that is unlike any moment I've had. That is a moment that is novel in a way that is fun. That'll be a really good YouTube short one day, when I actually get around to it. I got, like, a year of streams to clip up. Shorts don't necessarily come from the latest streams, but, like, any random stream from the last year, you know? Let me dismiss and get you, ready to submit again. Lord Bowser, you are up. Lord Bowser, go ahead and say. Meanwhile, let me, get my head refreshed, and I'll do the next thing. Rivals of Aether 2. I played a little bit of it. I'll say I haven't had the opportunity to play with friends or anything. Though... Now, I know that Tribucket has gotten it. I played some Rivals 1 with Tribucket a few times. It'll be fun to play Rivals 2. I'll say, on the whole, I'm still not sure about it. Not having, like, gotten that much good time with it so far. I still feel like it just doesn't feel as tight as I remember Rivals 1 feeling. And, like, especially when doing things like... Mr. Spire, I can absolutely play your level. !add to submit a level. And then you put the code there. And then you'll get in queue, and, you know, when your level comes up, I will play it. Who is your main so far? I feel like my main in Rivals of Aether 1, I feel like if I had to name a main, it would be Hodan, who is not in Rivals 2 so far. And I don't know, like... if he's going to be prioritized at all. You know, there's 3 other water guys who could come in before him. And also, maybe they'd want to make a new water guy as well. I'd say Hodan would be my main, but he's not in that game, so I don't know. Crag? I guess Crag is my main. I like his rock bullshit. You know, I like heavies. I like characters that have a little bit of power on them, and I don't mind taking a bigger hitbox as a result. I think that's fun to have like a big hitbox, big powerful hits, big disjoints. Heavies are good. I like heavies. Crag is a fantastic heavy. Do !add and then that code, Mr. Spire. Look at what Solid Insanity did before you, a little higher up in the chat. One thing I find that's, like, giving me trouble in Rivals 2 is, like, whenever I try to, like, do a roll, and I'm just, like, tapping the trigger and hitting the stick in a direction, is instead just pulling up the shield for a second, and then just, like, dropping the shield, like, seconds later. Or, like, you know, a short time later without doing a roll. And I feel like every time that happens, it's like, ah! If I did this in Rivals 1, it would have just done the roll. I think even Smash Ultimate also would have done it, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I need to play more of it, and certainly Tribucket will definitely play sometime. Maybe playing against someone who is like, you know, is close to my skill level, you know, in terms of like this sort of thing does. Online in Rivals 2, at least judging from the beta, is a little bit savage. People are really, 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 really good. There's some fucking, you know, the standard to play on Rivals 2 online is like 10 times better than the standard to play of like Smash Ultimate online. You're not always gonna find someone who can kick your ass, in Smash Ultimate. Usually, in fact, the people I find on Smash Ultimate are less tough. I say recently, like, on my birthday in May, I played Smash Bros. Ultimate for the first time in, like, 2 years, and I won. I won a 1-versus-1 tournament, like, right out the gate. Just after not playing for a year. You know, a 16-man tournament or something. I thought people who would still be playing the game after 2 years, after like 5, 6 years, I thought they'd be good. I thought they'd be like monsters, but nah. I'm still, I guess, above average enough where that works out. You're looking the main fleet? Gotcha. You gotta get good, feeling you'll beat me more times. I'll play random. We'll play random. I've played a lot of Rivals 1 idly. I just really like the way that game feels, and I'm hoping that either Rivals 2 improves over time and gets more good feeling, or I just get used to it, and I just have to accept that it's a different game with different physics because it was made from scratch but in 3D, because the original game was 2D. It seems like kind of unavoidable, really, that it had different... It would feel kind of different. I think there is an arcade mode, yeah. And they're working on a story mode. Next year is the time for that, sounds like. And Workshop will probably be like 2 years out. Though we'll see, like, whether people will be making Workshop mods for Rivals 2 quite as much as Rivals 1. I mean, making a 3D character, it must be a lot harder than making a 2D one, right? I don't know, I guess that other, like... I guess, like, Smash Remix 64 manages it just fine. Even though that they're dealing with 3D. But they're dealing with, like, N64 models. So, shot that down, I guess. I need to play more of that, I'll admit. And I am in the camp of, like, hoping that they add all my favorite characters. I would like to do Smash Remix 64 at some point. Thanks for reminding me. Remind me in 2 weeks. Hey, how about Smash 64 sometime? That'll be a good variety stream one of these weeks. Though, I guess, you know, there's probably a lot of games coming out that maybe I'll do instead as, like, my variety night thing. You know, going forward relatively recently. Relatively in this video game release, heavy season. Gotta watch out for that. Got a bit more to talk about as far as games go. In particular, I think this is the last game I've been playing, Zelda's Echoes of Wisdom. I'll say I had mostly finished that game, like, before my as my vacation was, like, ending. This is the first ghost ship level you've seen in Mario Maker. Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good one. I've seen it before, so, you know, I'm not saying anything about it. I remember this boss fight. Vaguely, a little bit. Yeah, definitely remember this. I'll say overall, I think Zelda's Echoes of Wisdom is pretty okay. It's pretty good. If I had to put a rating on it, I would say 4 out of 5. And also that if it ended up on my top 10 for the year, I would be satisfied. I think it's a good game for number 10. I think it would be a good game for the number 10 slot. Did it originally have a mushroom middle of the fight? That's cool. That's pretty good. I think it is a fun game. I think it is a little short. I think the last arc could have been... Wait, this is a... Oh, we can get protection by hitting the switch. But why would we want there? Because then that cuts off the balls. That cuts off the balls from coming at us. Which makes it slower to do the thing. That's a curious design, I'll say. I'll say there's a lot I didn't find on the way through the game. Like, I'll be honest, I didn't find like a bottle. I mentioned this in a Discord and everyone was aghast. They said like, have you been talking to no one? And I think the answer is like, yeah, no, more or less I have been ignoring NPCs, mostly, and not doing side quests. So yeah, that could be why I didn't find a bottle. That makes sense. I also didn't find the fairy, or like most of the equipment. I heard about the Great Fairy on a podcast the other day and tracked them down and just got a bunch of like equipment slots, which is kind of cool. I only found 4 pieces of equipment, so I kind of only needed 1, honestly, but I wish I had found more because some of the equipment I did find, really good. The frog ring, oh my god. That's like top tier. Zelda is really good. I really need to finish the final boss. I would probably like to get a fairy and get like the ability to not instantly die if I run out of life. And, you know, be able to have like a second chance because I got like 5-10 minutes into that fight and then I died because I couldn't get into bed fast enough or something. I got comboed a little bit and then I was like, I don't want to fight that boss again for 10 minutes. I'm going to not play it. And then I haven't played it for the last 2 weeks, so yeah, that boss. Little long. Should have checkpoints if it's going to be that long. I don't know. Maybe that's a silly thing to say, but you're kind of not doing anything other than avoiding attacks and summoning your Dark Nut. And micromanaging your Dark Nut. Not the best boss in the world. Not to spoil... That's not a terrible spoiler, is it? That's just in the nature of the game that you're kind of not doing anything most of the time. It doesn't have the best boss fights as a result. What are you gonna do? Thank you for Low Lord Bowser. I'm hitting complete. And, I think we're now done with the games I've been playing. Which is nice. We're like, we're like 3 hours into the stream. And we got not that many cards left. I'll say, I think we'll probably be under 4 hours today, at this rate. This stream, this VOD, which is a good length for a normal ass viewer level stream, which of course today's stream is. It is normal as hell. Let me do another card. Battle Aces, second beta. The second beta of Battle Aces, a RTS that I got into the first beta for earlier this year. That's starting like in November sometime, and I'm really excited for that. Battle Aces is an RTS that is really streamlined to the point where every match that I played of Battle Aces has a timer of 10 minutes, and if it goes to 10 minutes, it's decided by decision. It's ruled by decision. I played for like 4 days, or like 3 days. I did not see a single match that went to there. All the matches I saw were 5 minutes long. And it's just so streamlined, you know. You don't have to worry about a lot of things you usually do. Like, to make an expansion in Battle Aces, you just hit Z. You just hit Z on your keyboard, and you have an expansion. And it's just automatically made, and that's that. If you want an army, you just hold down the button to get as many guys as you can afford, and they all appear instantly, which just allows you to just make a bunch of dudes instantly and respond to situations, and just, you know, your army dies in battle, you get a new army like that, and it's like, okay, I got a new army, let's head out
no delay, no waiting, no fat. It is it is just such a slick, fast-paced thing, and I'm really looking forward to getting back into that, playing some more of that for the second beta. I'm excited to see it come out, and I'll probably stream some once it do. Look forward to that. I would highly recommend Battle Aces. I would say, honestly, if Battle Aces was coming out this year and not just in beta, it would be a strong shoo-in for like the upper half of my Game of the Year list. Like right behind Astrobot and Metaphor re Fantasio. I think. What? So I want the guys that aren't steaming. I want the guys that are not steaming. Okay. Or maybe I want them to not steam. I want them to proceed to not be attacked. Interesting level. You've been in RTS after loving Age of Mythology Retold. Sounds like Battle Aces is really solid. Yeah, I'll say I've never gotten into like multiplayer RTS gameplay. I mean, other than like Heroes of the Storm, that's like RTS adjacent, but you know, kind of a different kettle of fish. Because I've always found them like too stressful and hard to keep up with. RTS mode, I gotcha. I understood. I understood that you meant you've been in an RTS mode, yes. I've always found them to be like super intimidating and stuff. And this is a cool escort mission. I like it. Coin Ichu. Very original. The fact that you literally cannot hit them. You have to avoid hitting them whilst moving them around. That is a fun gimmick. I guess it's not that different from like if you have a Goomba. You would just, if you hit them, you would kill them, and that would also instantly doom your endeavor, wouldn't it? Still, it's really neat. Yeah, Battle Aces is rad. Definitely check that out. It also has a really cool 2 versus 2 mode where like, you know, you get 2 people on the same team, and that basically doubles the amount of options you can have. Also, by the way, it has like a deck building aspect to it where you basically have like slots. There's like a bunch of units in the game, and you like pick 8 or 6, I forget. You start off with 2, then there's like 6 that come through various tech investments that you can invest in, either Forgery or Starforge, basically. And that's all really rad. And creates some really fast-paced games that are just really satisfying. I can't wait to get back into it and to, like, really get a handle on, like... Oh, I see what I was supposed to do here.
Oh, no!
That was for him to do, not for me to do. A one-way would have made that more clear. Point of feedback there. Can't wait for that to come out. Can't wait for that to come out. Trebucket, I would recommend signing up for the Battle Aces beta. It's you know, hopefully you get picked, and then you can play some. And hey, maybe we can play some 2 versus 2. That'd be fun. Playing some 2 versus 2 with the folks, with friends, and or anyone else who wants to get in. I mean, if viewers want to get in as well, I would be interested in that, I guess. That'd be fun. A lot of possibilities. I feel like I'm gonna be about as into Battle Aces as I was into Marvel Snap for a time. I'm thinking it'll be like that. Oh, also, it does have All My Fellas, that's right. It does have some StarCraft 2 pedigree. Some of the designers on that were on StarCraft 2, so if you're
You know, they're people you can trust. Though I say that, Stormgate was kind of booty. Hey, Barnstormer, how you doing? Stormgate was kind of booty. But Battle Aces, that's the real shit. That's the Marvel Snap of StarCraft 2. That was a really fun level. Great work. I had a great time. It was relatively original. It had its own unique spin on a well-established genre. I wish they had the volcano theme. More themes would be nice, yeah. I bet they will. You know what? If I had to bet, volcano theme seems very likely for the third game. Though I'd really like it if you could like mix and match things like lava level, water level with like any theme, you know, and have like a dark level of any theme, let's say. It'd be really cool if you could do that like across the board and had that sort of flexibility, but I don't know if they're interested in doing that. I guess we'll see eventually. Mountain? I don't know about Mountain. That wouldn't be my choice for like another new theme. What would be? I think Pipe Maze would be cool. I would vote for Pipe Maze, but for everyone. And then Mario Brothers 3 can get its own forest. Can get like a different forest. That would be my vote for new theme, I think, other than Volcano. And yeah, Wonder obviously should be in Mario Maker 3. As should Yoshi's Story. Or not Story, Island. Island. Those would be the two that I would want, in addition to 3D World. They won't add Mario Brothers Wii to Switch 2. It'll be Wonder or Yoshi's Island. Those would be the two I would put money on. I'm not a gambling man, though, so I'm not literally going to do that. Beach? I could see Beach. I don't know. I feel like Beach isn't that common, relatively. But it was in, like, Mario Wonder. I could see, like, the forest theme in Wonder with the water being done as, oh, well, maybe... I don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna say. You would think it'd be cool if you could do a water level, like the underwater theme, but not underwater. Yoshi's Story would be weird. Yeah, that would be weird. Let's say Yoshi's Island with the watercolor look instead. Yeah, we're doing more levels. This is the next one, right? By Solid Sandy. Has Solid Sandy been chatting? I haven't noticed. Let me scroll up for a second. Solid Sandy did say GG. Perfect, yes. Sorry, I got caught up in the topic, in the Mario Maker discussion. You understand. Hey, here's the next card. Speaking of busy cards, check out this card. It sort of remarks upon what a busy time we live in right now, in this time before Game of the Year, in these last 2 and change months of the year. Here's the games I mean to play. The new Life is Strange is coming out like at the end of the week, like next week or something. And people say it's really good, and it's all coming out at once. I need to play that, I guess, at some point. It'll be hard. I don't know when, but I'll play it. Brothership is coming out next month. That looks really good. Nico DeRico seems like a DKC Crash Bandicoot indie type game, which I'm gonna try out as part of the Streamiversary stream in a week and change. Again, Streamiversary. I got these thumbnails for the Streamiversary, which will have the Super World, a little bit of making, trying out Nico DeRico, Mario DK64 Randomizer, perhaps with all Beaver Bother, and Space Station Silicon Valley until I'm tired from there. Definitely gonna try that out, and I think that'll be a good podcast game. Once I try it. Anton Blast, I kind of hear it kind of seems like it's another pizza tower. Indiana Jones Circle or whatever is coming out. Metal Gear Solid Delta is supposed to come out, but I
have seen no hide nor hair of it, so I don't know what's going on there. It doesn't have a date yet. I'm thinking I might double back and do Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. I heard that the class system in that is very similar to the class system in Metaphor, which kind of piques my interest. As far as like, oh wow, if it's as customizable, as cool as like Metaphor, and you know people say it's really good and a lot more polished than the first RPG, Like a Dragon, which honestly I wasn't as into relative to the other Like a Dragon games. Maybe I would really enjoy that. I think I might do Sonic plus Shadow Generations. I don't know. I didn't play the original, and I've heard that the Shadow content in that is more than just a skin for Sonic. It's more like a Bowser's Fury situation, is what people are saying. I might check that out. I don't know. I bet that's a great podcast game. And I could always use more podcast game. Trebucket, for as far as anything else goes, Trebucket was suggesting Neva. What's Neva? Tell me about Neva. Trebucket, I'm curious. Yeah, I'll be surprised too if I find time for Like a Dragon. Honestly, that's sort of a stretch goal right now because I would have to double back for it. Also, it is about as long as Metaphor, so I would have to do it after I finish Metaphor, and whilst doing all these games that are actively currently coming out, and I know for sure that I'd be into, possibly, maybe. It's a new game by the people behind Gris. It's a puzzle platformer. Huh. Gris is okay. I think I gave that like a 3 out of 5, honestly. But, you know, maybe if it has more bite to it, maybe it'd be cool. I don't know. I got like 3 cards left, so I'll say after this level, I'm gonna close the queue. We're gonna go to last calls. We're gonna do last calls as we normally do. You know, when I'm not like abroad or just back from vacation. We're back to normal business as usual. We're back to the normal way of doing things, and that means last call will happen just as soon as we get through this level or whatever. There's a lot of fucking games coming out, and I wouldn't mind, like, you know... Yes, that's right. We will finish all levels. The queue is just gonna close. I still have 3 cards left to talk about, so, like, you know, I still have things to talk about, but I'm nearing the end of that, so... That's sort of my logic there. So I can get this POW block. That was a dumb way to die. Timing is key. So I can activate a POW block. You think that I have to kill the thwomp? And to do that, I have to time this such that he's on the ground when the POW is hit. Fuck. You think this is it? It's gonna be a busy couple of months, I'll say. Especially since, like, I am neck deep in Metaphor and having such a good time. I'm 100,000% gonna finish that. It'll probably take me like 100 more hours. I'm like just after the second dungeon. I'm like maybe 5 hours past the second dungeon in the next major part, which I'll say is pretty novel in a way that is frankly surprising to me. And goddamn. Metaphor is for sure one of the best games of the year. No doubt in my mind. Close. Fuck! I threw the shell because I didn't want it, like, coming alive in my face. but I threw it at a wall. So it just found its way back to my face quite quickly. Fuck! The fucking cock mother. Those were the last 2 tries, unfortunately. Well, you can always resubmit, Solid Insanity. And in fact, you know, since I'm gonna dismiss you now, you'll be the last one who currently has a level in there, who can get, 1 more in before the end of the stream. I'm tempted to do... I got like 3 more cards left. Y'all make sure to get 1 level in there so that I can do 3 cards. You can submit again. That's right, just 1 more. 1 more submission. That's right, because the reason why that is because, hey, it's time for last calls. It is time for last calls. If you have any last levels to get in, now is the time. If you're in queue, stay in queue. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you. I'm not forcing you. I'm just sort of referencing the election thing that sometimes people say, stay in line, stay in line. That's sort of like a meme. That's sort of like an election meme. Haha. I voted the other day. I did my part, I guess, whatever. Now, if only our candidate had done her part and run a good campaign, maybe she wouldn't lose. I don't know. I'm not optimistic. Let's see what happens with that. Ugh. I'll you know, look, we can't avoid getting political once the election actually happens. Like, I am going to have feelings one way or the other, whoever wins that election. But, I'll refrain from making it too political for the time being. Let's go. Here's what I'm gonna do tonight. I'm just gonna go through the latest world since... Should I go through the latest world, or... Because I'm gonna kick off the next level, but that's gonna be like in a week and a half. Mr. Spire, you are next, and you are here, so when your level is coming up... That would be good. If I could do finales, what is the most fitting kind of finale? Mr. Spire, we're doing last call for levels. During last call for levels, I'll say how this works, by the way. I'm giving everyone time to get in any additional levels, and during which time I'm going to play some of my own games. I never played Medieval, no. Is that the one where you play as a skeleton man? He had, like, one of the Astrobots. He had, like, one of the robots in Astrobot was that guy. I'm not sure, like, what the best thing is for this, but... You know, it's been a while since I did Last Call and played my own levels. It's been a while since I showed off the levels in Bonus Biome. Let's just do those. We'll just do those. Maybe next time we'll do, like, the final level of every world, or, like, the final... The climactic levels of my super world so far. But this is, the lost world of my super world. It's called It's called, Bonus Biome, which I think is a fun name for a, bonus world, for a lost world, and it's all, like, clouds and stuff, you know? And also you have Link in this first level, which is fun. That was a dumb way to die. There's also the sun. The sun is cool. And also, it's fun to, run along platforms whilst avoiding the sun. And bounce on platforms as well. I love my levels. I think I did a great job on them. And I hope you agree. And I suggest, you know,
playing them at some point. I think this level will receive some revisions, so to add extra power-ups, so that you can get a Shelmet in the middle of the second half, too. That would be better, like design-wise, than just having it at the start of the second segment in a secret room. You see here it becomes a platform level where you're bouncing to avoid the sun. I love that. I say I love that. That's one of my favorites. When I came up with this level, which, you know, VODs of which exist out there, in, you know, I've been streaming forever. For the last couple years, and when I came up with this level, like, a lot of the process was on stream. When I came up with the idea of a big bouncy platform to pair with the sun... Whoops, that was not right. This level in particular is like half a year old, for what it's worth. Okay, I can get this, and I can go through the pipe to reset the platform. This is salvageable. There we go. When I came up with this idea, I was just extremely pleased, and I think it turned out pretty dope. The only thing I would change is second Shelmet, and I definitely intend to do that before the final level is finalized, for what it's worth. Just like a handful of other changes I mean to make. I probably should, like, double check every level to make sure I'm happy with everything. But it's exciting that this super world is finally almost complete. It'll be nice to make levels outside of the super world, you know, without being constrained to, like, okay, I'm making a really hard level of the 8th world, and I want to be this high-concept monster. I can just make a fun trifle again sometime soon. That'll be lovely. This is a cool level. Yeah, you should see all my levels. All my levels are good. Check out my levels. Maker code is like in the Twitch profile and all. Or right here. Look at that. Take a screenshot. Fuck! Oh, well, you know what? It's my own course. I just need to hit Y. We're gonna go through the whole world here. Ripsaw Rainbow. A flying hybrid level where it's been a bit since I played some of these. They're supposed to be a little bit tough. To start this level, you have to steal craft from a spike, which is a bit of a challenge, and sort of sets up things you'll have to do throughout the level. The first half is a flying level, and it's all set up amongst this, like, rainbow that's being torn apart. So you can see, like, there's, you know, there's big rainbow structures that have been torn into, and also you can fly around, you can hijack some vehicles, and it's set up so that all the gameplay is based around jumping out of your craft, rather than, you know, the more traditional, more normal thing of using the fire ability of the fire version. I wanted to make a level where jumping out of it had as much gameplay as regular shooter levels do. Also, it is like a Squawks type of level where like the Squawks part is in the first half, and the second half pivots to platform rides, which are also cool. Ah. Checkpoint refreshes. Okay, good. Imagine a DKC maker. I would love that. I love DKC. I'll say, by the way, my super world is in large part inspired by DKC. I would often, making this super world, ask myself, what type of DKC level haven't I made before? What do I want to make? And do like, okay, how about like that one DKC level where the Swoopy Swallow, where the Squawk's half is in the first half, unlike Squawk's Shaft, right? That's what this level is. That other one is sort of like was sort of inspired by Clobber's Carnage, which is another Lost World level, for what it's worth. Also, Swoopy Swallow is a Lost World level. Sort of some direct inspiration from Lost World levels to My Lost World. A little bit of Clobber Carnage in that one. Pokey Pressure kind of doesn't have any inspiration as far as DKC goes, but is still really cool for what it's worth. It's still really cool. I'll say, as far as DKC Maker, honestly, I would be fine with just... I think, low-key, I would be fine if they just, like, added a couple of items to Mario Maker 3. Like, if they added barrel cannons to Mario Maker, that's, like, literally all I need. This is an icicle level, by the way. And it's pretty hectic, and, I think very cool. Very, very cool. Also, you get sections like this where you can get a boot if you use skill. You have to use skill, though. I want barrel cannons in Mario Maker 3. That is my #1 request. That is my #1 desire. Barrel cannons would just... That would be my favorite item ever in Mario Maker, honestly. I would love that. Barrel cannons? That's right, barrel cannons. Those are cannons that launch you out in a straight direction when you hit the button. You enter the cannon, and then you go, boom. Pipe cannons? Oh, I guess that would work. Those are in some Mario games, right? 3D World, for instance. And, did Wonder have those? I don't think Wonder had those, did it? Wonder might have done, I forget. But 3D World definitely did. Wonder did? Okay, yeah, shit. Maybe put in pipe cannons then, that's fine. You know, that could be like a more flexible version, a Mario version of a pipe. Of a pipe thing. They have pipe cannons in New Super as well? Gotcha. In like most of the new games, huh? Sure, they can add that, that'd be fun. I don't know, I still like barrel cannons more. I'm just impartial, I just love DKC so much. And that's like the one thing I would pull. The one thing I would pull. I wouldn't make a costume. I wouldn't do that. Hello, Gary. Gary, we're in last call, so if you want to get a level in, now is the time. Finally, we have one final level here, and it is, again, inspired by a late game level of DKC. In this case, it is inspired by Loopy Lights. You hit these things, and they light up the stage. And you get like a second of light, and also they're bouncy, so you can bounce off of it. Exclamation point, add, and then a space, and then that code to submit it and get it into queue. Thank you, thank you. There's 4 other levels in queue right now. You would be number 5 after this level. You know, I'll say, with my Super World, I always wanted it to have, like, one of every niche, and that meant it needed to have a dark level. I spent a while thinking about, like, what it would be, how it would work. God damn it.
Oh, no.
And landed at this. And I think it turned out beautifully. You know, there's always a long time when a level is being made, I feel like, where I don't know what it's gonna be, right? And I don't know, like, how it's gonna come together. I don't know how it's going to be cool. You know, I'm thinking like, okay, so maybe you hit a P switch, and when the P switch is active, the lights are on. That would have been way too long of a time, and also would have resulted in a lot longer like light stages to the point where it'd be ridiculous. When I came to this solution, it was just so much cleaner, and so glad it turned out this well. Also, surprise, surprise, this is the secret to dark levels, a way to trigger the light. Or the light turning on and off. I have done one other level that is a dark level, where the lights are blackout basement style. That level is called Power Out Bout, and the lights turn on and off every such and such seconds, based on the activities of a burner. Let me try to help out Gary in the YouTube. Here you go, Gary. Look at the comment. Look at the message. That's how you submit. That's right. There's auto-scroller in the second half, which this was a good opportunity to get that in there. I have only done one auto-scroll in the Super World so far, and horizontal specifically. And this gets in some vertical auto-scroll, which honestly is like a better version of auto-scroll. This level sort of incorporates a little bit of loopy lights, a little bit of, with these pipes generating enemies. Gary's on the YouTube side. And Mr. Spire says, hi, Gary. Sort of incorporates a little bit of, like, Misty Mine, where, like, the enemies are coming out of pipes automatically. And just, like, a touch of something along the lines of, like, let's say, Toxic Tower. Just a little bit of Toxic Tower for you, which I think is fun. Also, check out this shit. You got all these coins sort of like marking a big space, and then there's invisible platforms that you have to uncover to get by whilst being barraged, being peppered with wrenches. I think that segment is extremely cool. And also was the perfect way to get invisible blocks a part of my super world. I've been meaning to use invisible blocks in my super world, and there you go, that was it. Have I played Partners in Time before? I have. I played that before, yeah. Multiple times. Played it as a kid, played it when it came out. I loved the original game so much, and I really enjoyed the second one as well. You know, at the time, I even thought there was an argument to where it could be better. It's probably not a good argument, but honestly, the first Mario and Luigi is a masterpiece in retrospect. Like, it is streamlined, it never outstays its welcome. It's really good. But that next one, that first one, the second one is also good, and I really like how the babies work. I don't know what those relative levels mean, Mr. Spire, but I'm happy for you. I'll say as a final note here, as far as bonus biome goes, the next level has yet to be started really, but I'm starting to come up with ideas, and I'll start, like, trying things out in earnest on the Sunday stream next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend, which will be my 3rd stream anniversary. And yeah, we're gonna break out the level and figure out what it's gonna be like. What I know so far is I would like there to be these springs in there that the enemies spring off, like you see there. These enemies, like, sort of walk and they hit the springs and spring off. I want to have that since that was sort of a big gimmick of some of my earlier... My first really good Mario Maker 1 level used that as a gimmick, and I would like to have this gimmick again in my last level of the Super World. That seems like just a very fitting thing to do. I'll also say, I have not used the bullies in the Super World, so I'd like to have the bullies in there somewhere. Also, I have an idea where, like, where there'll be a room like this, where at like the start of the level or something, you come through here, maybe like the start of the second half, let's say. You come through here and you get your choice of power-ups. And later in the second half, there's like an on-off that toggles it this way. So you come in through this pipe instead. And you can get a second one. You can get a second one if you like. And go back out through the other pipe and go to the second half. You understand, right? You'll go through this room twice, getting a different power-up each time. Which I think will be a neat thing. That sums up what I have so far, and what I've thought of. We'll kick that off in earnest in a week and change, in that big anniversary stream. That big streamiversary stream. That'll be very fun. Okay. Let's go ahead and close the queue. We are done. We have taken all the levels that we will do. We got 5 in queue. I know it says 4, but that's just because when a YouTube person submits a level, the number doesn't update. I should ask the people who do Warp World to fix that, because it has to do with like how YouTube support is like only halfway coded, kind of, and very hacky in its implementation. I bet they would maybe have a look at that if they knew it was a problem. I'll be honest. Let's do those levels. Let's do these levels and get it done. And also, I'll talk about, like, how many cards do I have left? Do I have 1 or 2? I have 3 cards left. Okay, so that is a perfect number for the number of courses that we have left. Perfect. Okay. Timed it very well. Timed it very well. You might be wondering, what is the what is the topic of the remaining cards? Some YouTube stuff. I want to talk about some YouTube stuff, basically. Mostly. I have some thoughts about that. And we'll get into it after this level. Which, you know, we'll beat, I think. I don't think this level will be too hard. I mean, now we have a power-up, we're pretty much... Well, maybe it'll be somewhat hard. A power-up will help, but we still have to be careful.
Oh no!
Still have to be very careful. See you later, Colin Ichu. Have a good one. Peace. Thanks for the levels, and thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed watching the stream. And thanks for the follow. Thank everyone for the follows. I always appreciate those. And subs on YouTube. And subscriptions on Twitch. And anything that gives me money. I love all that crap. And the stuff that doesn't get me money as well, like, you know, most of what I just said. Most of that stuff doesn't. Don't lose this power-up. Oh, I see. There's a... We have to do this. Okay. The power-up does not give you any flexibility. Also, I wonder if we need it for the second half as well, or the downhill part. We'll see, we'll see. We have 1 try left. These have gone twice. These have gone fast, but, that's that. You know, as I say the word twice, I remember that I still have to finish My Hero Academia, and, I'll probably be doing that tomorrow. I'll say, obviously, that's from last season, but also, it's only relatively god damn it. That's it. Unless I could... No, I couldn't. This bomb could not cover the whole pillar. I'm gonna watch the final episode of My Hero Academia tomorrow. That'll be fun. Of the season. Oh, that premise for the final episode sounds really good. I'll say, that's not strictly because I'm behind. It's more because the final episode of the dub comes out tomorrow, and because it's sort of grandfathered in, and I watched the dub of My Hero Academia. Oh no, Mr. Spire, that was fun. That was interesting. That was a bit of a challenge. Perhaps too much for 5 tries, but you know, if I had had 12 minutes, I bet I could have done it. Thank you for it. I'll say that much. Thank you. Let me hit Lost. And pull up the next one by Lord Bowser. Lovely. Lord Bowser just said burner of excavation at the start of that last level, so Bowser is here. Perfect. Here's a card. One of the last cards. Do you like your YouTube algorithm? I feel like I really struggle with my YouTube algorithm. You know, I mentioned, thank you for the follow, Mr. Spire. I mentioned earlier that or last stream, right? That as I get used to not being in Japan anymore, and not being on a Japanese vacation, and being far away from a Japanese vacation, I have a lot less interest in watching videos about Japan and Japanese places to visit and being in Japan. Nah, man, I'm good. It's like when I get back from Universal and a trip to Universal, and it's oh, I no longer want to watch Universal Studios YouTubers anymore. Not for now. I got my fill. Of Universal. It's gonna be the long, at that point it's it's gonna be about as long as it ever is going to be until my next visit. So my interest is just down in the gutter, and that sort of complexity is sort of lost on YouTube. Its algorithm can't figure out oh, well, you just got back from the place. You probably don't want to hear more about it, right? Nah, it doesn't get that. It just has to figure out by you not watching those videos anymore. But yeah, I'll say I just always find myself hunting for good videos, especially ones that are longer that I can just put on one video and watch for a good length of time while I play a video game or do a podcast or something. Or not a podcast, obviously. While I play a video game or work on something, let's say, do some work, something of that nature. It's hard, and I always find myself just going back to my old-time favorites, right? Just going okay, I can't find anything that's good that's really long, other than Blight Club or Something Giant Bomb that they did recently, so I think I'll rewatch, H Bomber Guy's, oof video. I think I'll rewatch, the good old-fashioned episode 1 review, the Plinkett review of episode 1. Yeah, let's go ahead and watch that for the millionth time. I feel like no one's happy with their algorithm ever, and that just is a frustration of modern life. Yeah, I guess I don't have much else to say about that. I saw the other day a stream clip in the shorts feed. I'll be honest, I sometimes look at the shorts, especially since I've been putting up my own for the last half year, right? Trying to do that racket. And I look at the shorts sometime, and usually there's stuff oh, here's an interesting thing about what's an example of shorts in my shorts feed? One second, let me pull up my YouTube on my phone and see what's currently there. Food stuff, a puzzle, someone doing a physical puzzle. I recently saw some stuff about a gourmet chef turning pizzas and McDonald's into gourmet meals. I saw a couple videos of that, and now they're in my feed. Things like mixing paint and science stuff generally is my shorts feed these days. But I saw one that was very much like the stuff I upload, which is just a segment of a stream that is a little bit fun, which I thought was interesting. I watched it, and I wonder if it'll ever show me anything like that again. My bet would be probably not. It seems like even people who watch... It seems like maybe it's a little bit reticent to suggest that sort of content even to someone who literally watches live streams and, like, gaming content. Things of that nature. I don't get the algorithm. I don't get it. And, boy howdy, it seems like it's a whole mess of worms. A whole can of worms that everyone who does YouTube stuff has to deal with. But, what are you gonna do? Hopefully, you know, all you can hope for is to find a video in not too much time, you know? To find a video and maybe, like, without too much scrolling and too much, like, indecision. And watch that video, and then find another one, also without too much scrolling and indecision. I always find with the algorithm, you know, I can find a video, but, like, if they're, like, 10 minutes long, and I have to find another one after that 10 minutes, it's just, like, so inefficient. I don't get, like... I don't do the whole shorts thing. What I'm looking for isn't, like, shorter videos. It's longer videos, generally. So I can go longer without making a decision. That, to me, is just the thing. Which, hey, you know, that's what live streams are for, I guess. Things like what I'm doing now. And the VODs thereof. Which, hey, you know, you gotta... I'll say, there are all sorts of lovely VODs for this stream and past streams. VODs do need love, too. I'll say that, as I've been saying recently. Ugh. You guys gotta stand here and be good. Okay, just don't screw up and we'll be... Don't screw up and we'll be good. Good, easy. That is World 4 in the books. For your modified, updated Super World, Lord Bowser. Very good. Let me hit, I like it, and then I'll hit complete. And, shit, I'm not on the right page to hit 1. Barnstormer is here. I see Barnstormer in chat. Lovely. See you later, Lord Bowser. You have a good one. Appreciate coming by and giving me so many goddamn levels. They're all really good. Okay. Did you see the YouTube short search for thing? I'm not sure what's going on with this. I actually looked and tried to find like a news article about this, but I didn't see anything like that. On some YouTube shorts I've seen recently, above like the title and like the related video, there's like a little circular doodad with the text that says like, search for, quote, something in the video, like, search for watermelon tools, or search for... I have YouTube Shorts open here. Let me see if I click on connect the jigsaw pieces together. Oops, turn off the volume. No, it didn't give me that. It seems inconsistent. It seems like, okay, I just clicked one, and it says, search how to make a chocolate dessert. You can sort of see, it's like a gray box that has like a little magnifying glass in it, and it's above the title of the short. And it seems like inconsistent and weird. I really don't know what the deal is. What's up with that? Hey, Barrett, how's it going? I'll say, Barrett, I don't mind letting someone who wasn't here earlier get one in if you want me to open the queue for you. Just let me know if that's your predilection, if that's what you want to do. let me know, let me know. Give me a notice and make sure to be ready, and I can do that for you. Up to you, though. Kind of a weird thing to put above, like, every title, and I hope that's not standard because I really just don't like that much real estate being used, that much more real estate being used. I already think YouTube Shorts use up a lot of real estate at the bottom, being weird and covering stuff up, but adding more, I just don't see it. It's probably, you know what, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something that TikTok does, and they are just out and out copying TikTok in that. And, you know, like in most cases, I would feel like you should do your own thing and figure out your own solution to the same problems. But I say that not even knowing it's original. Maybe this is their own solution, and it's just, not what I want. You know what I mean? This is cool. Superstition. Writing on the wall. I know this song. Very cool music level. Very intuitive. Interesting item usage. This is great. I am glad that it's not universally applied. I hope they don't start universally applying it. I'll say that much. That is my basic stance on it. And I hope that it doesn't get put onto my videos. Like, I would really rather. What? Huh? Okay. I didn't know what to do there. These lives are going fast. Great level though. Jeez, I'm really hoping we can get farther than we currently have done. And I'm optimistic. I feel like this has been pretty intuitive. Pretty, straightforward. Mostly. I'm so... Wait, what? I'm so confused about that. Do I need to, like, drop the POW? Can a drop POW kill an enemy without being destroyed itself? There's a spring to grab there? Oh, crap. Okay, I'll try to keep a lookout. No, actually, I'll just die. Whoops. This is a hell of a great level, Barnstormer. Of course, come by another time, submit it again. I would love to have another crack at it. Seems fantastic. Oh, and a little bit Halloween-y. I'll say, with all the stuff that I've had going on this month, between Japan and coming back from Japan, I have kind of low-key forgot about Halloween and the spooky season. And as such, none of my plans have been spooky. I mean, the thing that I'm doing right now, other than the usual stuff, is Glover, which is not a spooky game. Though, the next world of it is a spooky world, so... Close enough? I don't know. I've completely forgot to be in the season. This season. Ah, well. Whatever. Next year for sure, we'll do some spooky stuff. I'll find a spooky playthrough to do around that time. And, you know, we'll get more in the spirit. The Japan trip really threw off, and recovering from the Japan trip really threw off what otherwise would be a very thematic month. This month has been insufficiently thematic. Insufficiently thematic month is a pretty good name for a stream, honestly. But I think I had something earlier that was really good. We said something that was funny towards the start of the stream. I'll decide later what the VOD is named. Honestly, going into this, I thought it could just be named normal stream, comma, normal stream, comma, normal stream. As like, you know, sort of capturing that it is a normal stream for the first time in a month. But also, you know, that's sort of funny thing to put emphasis on. You know, it's sort of a
odd thing. Sort of an odd name for a VOD that I think would stand out. I don't know, I'll debate the options. Sort of captures the mood of the moment. All these options are good. I'll say sometimes, you know, sometimes I go into a stream sort of thinking like, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna say something really funny in a specific way that makes a good title, but if I don't, I'll try to say this thing that I prepared ahead of time, and then that can be the title. And then I say something funny. I say multiple things that are funny, and I go, ah, damn it, I didn't need to prepare, and now the preparations are in vain. Oh well, as long as it amuses someone in the moment, no effort is really wasted. How about I try going through the door? Ah, that's why I won't. That's why not to try going through the door. Oh, mole, we're guiding a mole. Brilliant. That's a surprise. Is that it? Did we do it? I've seen tricks like that. But that was still really a good one. Clean. Somehow just running back and forth, just erratically, happened to get the mole where it needed to go. That's a funny puzzle. Gary, you are the last one up on the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm. Haven't seen Gary in a minute, so, you know, we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, I'll do the last card. I am so behind in everything right now. That's stressful. I mentioned, like, YouTube Shorts. I do YouTube Shorts. And for those, I like to go through old VODs and, like, go through and clip out, like, every vaguely clippable moment. Like, the thing that just happened right now, something like that is easily a clippable moment. Now, is it unique enough and good enough to be a YouTube Short? I don't know, but when I go through, I just sort of, like, get everything that could be good enough, and then I decide as I'm doing it, like, okay, well, I'll export that one to YouTube. I'll export that one to YouTube. And, you know, because of the vacation and recovering from the vacation, I have not done any clipping in 2 months, and I am beginning to run out of shorts to the point where I actually, like, re-up my supply a little bit, going through old clips that I had from, like, years and years, and making those into new shorts, which sounds like it helps a lot. Hey, Corn, how's it going? You want to get one level in? Let me know and I can open the queue for you. We just have one level left, so you'll be right up. So yeah, just have to work on that sometime to start getting those, put together. Start getting those, like, new clips in the works. I intend to, like, go through the playthroughs that I've done, you know, playthroughs usually lasting, like, 4 to 8 episodes, and, like, doing, like, the first stream of each of them, so that I can have, like, a big quantity of, like, okay, I'll have some Mario Odyssey clips, I'll have some Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts clips, I'll have some shorts from Zelda, Skyward Sword, I'll have some clips from StarCraft Heart of the Swarm, and, you know, that's just gonna get a nice, good supply of good clips that, you know, will be fresh and good and will be nice and different from the shorts that have gone up in the last 2 months, which, I'll admit, there's been a lot of them that have been, like, you know, there's been, like, 3 or 4 from Lemmy's Wrecking Balls, Iggy's Wrecking Balls, from N64 Online, from the one stream I did of that. There's been a bunch from the one time I played Resident Evil 2. You know, there's a bunch from this stream, from that stream. They're kind of all from the same stream, so, the same couple streams, so they get a little repetitive, and I really love to get some variety in there.
I'm also really behind on, as I said, anime. I need to finish last season's anime. That was a good stream. Yeah, you were there, Corn. That's true. Get that level in, by the way. Get that level in. Get it submitted. So I can close the queue again. It was a really good stream, I'll say. And the clips are good. The shorts are good. Check out the short from yesterday that got 0 views because YouTube put it in 0 feeds. I mean, that's fair. It is an Iggy's Wrecking Ball short. Who wants to watch Iggy's Wrecking Ball shorts? Except the other Iggy's Wrecking Ball shorts did numbers, so I don't know. I don't fucking know. Thank you, Corn. There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and hit close. I don't know how that works. I don't know how algorithms work. It's weird like that, you know? Sometimes you put up a Resident Evil clip, and it's like one of the best things that one of the most viewed clips on the channel. And the other 2 Resident Evil clips have like 0 views because the algorithm chose not to put it into feeds. Maybe go check out those shorts if you're so inclined. They're good. They're funny shorts. They deserve likes. All the shorts are great. All the shorts are great. I mean, some of them are, some of them are like questionable, and like when I put them out, I'm like, I don't know, whatever, whatever. Has the most I passed by this game at Blockbuster energy ever. That's true. That's very apt. Yeah, the box art at least. Yeah, it has big late 90s energy as far as the box art goes. It looks pre-rendered. And like lazily so, like cheaply so, because it's a cheap game that's not very good. Yeah, it's like a weird Pokemon Stadium 2 minigame turned into a full thing. With a little bit of like Mario Kart in there. It's really weird. There's a short about it that I did. I'm also really behind on podcasts. I haven't watched podcasts in like, I haven't listened to most of my podcasts in like forever. So I'm like months and months behind on everything. I really just need to admit that I'm not going to listen to every Min-Max podcast, all of it, and maybe just stick to the parts that I'm interested in, and just delete the rest and just move on until such time as I'm caught up. Oh, crap. I just need to start doing that to get them cleared out. Or maybe, instead of doing like, that's right, it came out before Pokemon... I guess it did count... It came out before Pokemon Stadium, so I guess... It inspired... It's other way, it inspired Pokemon Stadium then. Weird. Somehow I knew there was going to be a thing over the pit. I kind of wanted to do a low jump to get under it, but that wasn't the key. What do you want to bet this power-up is bad for us? Fuck. Oh wait, I don't see Gary, so we were in sudden death and we lost both our lives. There we go. There was no Gary. No Gary, no Gary, no full time there. Unless, did Gary say anything? No, did not. Okay, so yeah. We were out of lives. Being behind on everything is just really stressful. I also have like, backlogged, right? And I want to write all my games reviews on backlogged. And I've been like going through the, like 2 years ago, I wrote like all the way up to like 2019. And then I stopped. And I haven't worked on that in earnest for like 3 years, for 2 years now. And I would really like to get back to that and finish that off sometime so that I can write reviews for the games that I'm finishing now. And I'm behind on other things like acquiring music that is seasonal in nature from anime seasons. I'm behind in like processing and like, you know, doing metadata and such things of the sort for that music. I'm behind in this, I'm behind in that. I'm behind in... A lot of things are piled up, and I really don't know how I catch up on everything. And certainly, like, you know, vacation didn't do it last couple vacations. Being unemployed really didn't do it like a year ago for this and that. And, you know, the more that... Play another level? The more time goes on. Oh, I guess these are the 3. Okay, we'll do this level then. That sounds fine. That good, Corn? The more time goes by, I don't know how I'm catching up. But I'll try my best, and I think by the next stream, I will hopefully have watched like 20 more seasonal animes, and we'll have a tier list for that there season. That there season of anime. The last one that existed. Look for that next stream. And also, I'll probably play a lot of Metaphor. This weekend, I wanna take the time and get as caught up as I can be. I feel like a big part of that, and with a lot of these like creative endeavors, right? I feel like a big limiting factor is like, you know, a big limiting factor is like tiredness, right? Like part of me just feels like at midnight, I can't start anything productive, right? I can't like start anything new. And yet, since I'm staying up really late and sleeping a lot in like the daytime, a lot of my time is at the unproductive nighttime. So, like, just by virtue of me being like, I gotta wrap down, I gotta wind down, I can't start anything new, I am ending up like just overthinking myself into not working on stuff at certain times. Then again, all this shit takes energy, and energy is at a premium at nighttime. You know, that's just how it is, you know. I might watch a few anime after this stream. I think I'll watch 2.5D Seduction at least. Maybe I'll watch the other couple shows that came out on today as well. I don't know. What is it? It's like 10:30? Yeah, I could watch a few anime and then go to bed at midnight. Honestly, if I did that, I would be basically in line with where I want to be, sleep schedule-wise, so that would be about perfect if I could pull that off and not just end up playing like 5 hours of Metaphor after that. I'm gonna not play any Metaphor after this, I'm gonna say it. No Metaphor tonight, no Metaphor tonight. I need to sleep. I need to sleep. Great level, Corn. Loved it. Very cool, very fun, very chill, very demure. People say demure nowadays, you know that? It's like a thing. I'm like 3 months late to that. I heard about it, like 3 months ago. I don't think I ever said it, though, 3 months ago, so... what have you, whatever. I think I'll watch some anime. I'll, you know, have a nice bath. I'll get the VOD, uploaded, if not, like, processed and stuff. And I'll get, like, a good amount of sleep tonight. That is the plan. Honestly, it'll probably be midnight by the time I'm done with, like, uploading the VOD and having a nice relaxing, soak in the bath, but... I think I'll get a good night of sleep tonight. That is what I'm looking to do. I'm going to avoid Metaphor. Maybe I should have a rule to not play any Metaphor after midnight. Midnight comes around, Metaphor has to turn off. Maybe that needs to be the rule for now, if I want to get my sleep schedule back on track. I don't know, I'm hitting complete. I am, hitting 1 on that level there. And that is it. That's gonna do it for tonight. Folks, that is tonight's stream. Here's the stream schedule. Next Tuesday, I'm going to be finishing Glover. That's going to be the variety night or playthrough for next Tuesday. I think going forward, I'm going to be a little more flexible, whether Tuesday is like a variety night, where I just do a one-off thing, or a playthrough where it lasts multiple streams. Gonna be a little more flexible in that, and this Glover playthrough is like the start of that.
Look for Metal Gear Delta eventually when that comes out. If that comes out this year. Is that going to come out this year, or is that going to be delayed until next year? It doesn't have a date yet, even though it's supposed to come out this year. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. That's right. That's part of the plans for the Streamiversary. Yeah. Next Friday will be more viewer levels, normal style, normal. That is going to be the case going forward. And then on November 3rd, the third Streamiversary. The third Streamiversary stream. The plans are what you see there. I also have thumbnails for them, which I can show, which are pretty cool. I'm doing a thing with YouTube thumbnails now with like big long streams with a lot of segments, where I have one thumbnail for each segment that also includes a hint of what the next segment is. So, finishing the Super World's final level, starting the Super World's final level, is the first thing. Checking out the DKC/Crash indie platformer, Nico Dorico, is the second plan. Donkey Kong 64 randomizer, with loading zone randomization and an incentive where if we get 10 subs by the time we start that, we will be doing that 10 new subs. If we meet that sub goal, we will upgrade that to all Beaver Bother. What that means is I will have to do Beaver Bother, the infamous minigame, for every bonus, for every golden banana that I get. So let's say I have to get 20 golden bananas. That'll be 20 Beaver Bothers. That'll be hell, to be clear. So you could, if anyone has like 10 subs worth of money or free, hey, Amazon Prime gives you free subs to give away. Hint, hint. If we could get up to 10 of those by next Sunday, when the DK64 part happens, we could have that be a thing, and I think that'd be really cool. And finally, the last segment will just be Space Station Silicon Valley until I'm tired. I don't know how long those other segments will take. Maybe if we have to do Beaver Bother a bunch, it'll take like an hour longer. I don't know. But however late in the night it is, I will go and play some Silicon Valley until I am well and truly tired. That's just a cool game from the N64 era that I would like to play some of. Not like beat entirely. Some of that is really too hard to make that like a viable thing, right? Like, I don't know, given like infinite streams, if I could beat some of the levels in like even the Europe area, honestly. But certainly I'll screw around with it, and certainly I'll play like the levels that are low-hanging fruit and have a good time, which is basically what I did when I was a kid, when I played it on the old N64, back when. Ooh, those are the plans for the Streamiversary. That is coming up fast. I'll see you next week for Glover and for viewer levels, and then after that, the last egg. Let me send the Twitch people off somewhere. Let me see who is streaming. A lot of people are streaming. It is a very busy day. I feel like I've rated Tolkodo a bit, but Tolkodo is doing creator dashboard. I think they changed some stuff here. Here we go. There's the raid, okay. Let's see now. I mean, I do got a bunch of people I'm following that are doing Mario Maker stuff, but I am in the mood to see some Astrobots, see that new stage. So let's send you over to Tolkodo, who is playing Astrobots, specifically the new speedrun stage. That sounds fine. Yep. Alright, folks. You're welcome for the stream. I'll be back on Tuesday with Glover, which, by the way, is a lot more frustrating than I remembered, but also I'm gonna, enable infinite lives and be less stressed, I think, through the last world of that. The last 2 worlds of that, which will be on Tuesday. Look for that. That's gonna be fun. viewer levels on Friday and that big Streamiversary stream on November 3rd. I'm gonna make some sort of promo image for that that's more efficient than this 4 thumbnails that I have to show one at a time. That is gonna be better. I'll see you on Tuesday. Give your love to the VOD or the shorts, or I'll say and the shorts, and so forth. I'll see you when I see you. Let me get ready to end here. All right, I'll see you on Tuesday. Let me get Tolkoto up. Hang on. Let me get Tolkoto up on my my phone here, so I can see the raid go in. There you go. Okay. Bye, folks. See you on Tuesday for Glover. Gotta love the glove. Bye.